really has to be a better way for me to do this. I don't know. Maybe this is better. But I guess the consequences feel like it's really in my face. Justin, how's it going, man? How you doing? Great chapters ahead. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. God, audio feedback. All right. Great. That's good. How's your day going, Justin? Child, does it try rabid? That's actually not a bad guess. Thank you, Zerf. How's it going? Oh, shit. Good guess, man. Okay. So, X, A, B, I, T. I'm gonna guess. I woke up at 10 p.m.? Wait, Justin. Do I know where you're... What time is it for you? Right now, do I know where you're from? What? Dr. Z, how are you doing? It's midnight? Good lord. Okay. Alright, well... What time did he go to bed? Tab. It is not late, but considering that I should get going at 5 a.m., I'll probably leave before 23. What? Whenever I want. Fair enough. It is not late, but considering that I should get going at 5 a.m., I will probably leave before 23. It's 21 now. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries, Dr. Z. I appreciate you popping by. Ah, there is a T. Okay, so... A bit. A bit. Habit, of course. That's silly. Hi, Queen. How you doing? Zerif, if I know like a couple letters, but I don't know like one or two, then I'll put an X in that spot. I don't know. It just helps me visualize the word a little bit better. But okay, we got there. Afternoon, Queen. How's your day going? All right, we got like 5 minutes. There's Lexic. What the fuck? I don't know. I can't remember. Do you have 80? Oh, for sure. Yeah. I've never been diagnosed, but like for sure. The X being in the spot just helps me visualize the word a little bit better. I don't know. Cavity, recess, hollow, nook. Nice. Plaque, certificate, medal, trophy. Milos, Romero, how you guys doing? Kiss. Proof, rest, rise, bubble. No. That rise, rest, ferment, bubble. I wasn't there last 2 streams. What happened? Great question. Last stream was basic. I'm crashing out some of the TikTok, so one piece of butter. Okay. Last stream, Gearman landed in a port city. I don't know. I can't remember the name. And we got to see what Gearman Sparrow's personality is gonna look like. He's very, he's very assertive. He's very prone to violence, unlike Blazing Danitz tried to rob Gearman exactly, and so he just beat his ass instead of doing what Klein would normally do, like that. And then we got we definitely got some tidbits of lore. Where actually, let me pull up notes really quickly. Hold on. We got some tidbits of lore where we got to find out what the 5 big treasures of the sea are, or is it 4? I can't remember. You guys didn't send in. It's art. No, Milos, you're the art guy, bro. It's all right. We can just do it today. I got no issues. Got some so I added a geography tab to my notes because evidently that's gonna be relevant in the future. Someone told me to. FQ, how's it going, man? World building, I think, is where I put those notes. Yeah, so the 5 treasures, 6 stories, Death's Key, Fountain of Unaging, Treasure of the Solomon Empire, whatever. I was really busy, stuff piled up. I was like, yeah, no, of course, Romero. No worries, man. As long as you're starting to feel better, that's what's important. Not super caught up with your V3 VODs at the moment. There's not that many, and they're not that long, because I've been sick since basically starting Volume 3, so I've been a lot slower than usual. I should be at like 5:30 by now, but I'm so slow to get up and going. But hopefully tomorrow-ish I should be back in peak condition, and then we can start running this bitch down. Actually, fuck, someone did tell me if someone gets a sec. 10 watching 2. No worries. Whenever someone gets a second, could you let me know when Volume 3 ends? Someone did tell me. I forgot to write it down. It just helps me visualize like how long this volume's gonna be. It's just helpful for me. Rise, bubble, ferment, parts of like where it's 10:45 in the morning. I'm already emotionally, mentally exhausted. 10:45, bro. It's all good. Take a deep breath, Bullseye. You're gonna be okay. Whoa, character make me down. Okay, Romero. Okay, let me just quickly fuck this, and then we can go. No. So bubble, ferment, rest. $7:30-ish. Oh, good lord, that's way longer than I expected. What? We're already at 500, so that's only like 230 chapters. In good condition, that should be like a little over a week. So that's not that bad. Closer to 2 weeks, let's say. Hopefully I'll be done Volume 3 before the Donghua comes out. That's actually really good. I'm happy with that. That should give me enough of a understanding of the world, hopefully, that I can, do some commentary on the Donghua with some relative accuracy, let's say. Oh, I did finally put Emlyn on the GIF, so he is finally on here now. All right, let's get started. Chapter 501. Bait. After sending out the telegram and cleaning up the desk, the white shark, Hamilton completely relaxed. He was finally in a mood and had the ability to think about what happened to him. Finishing Volume 3 is insane. He's good. The first question that popped into his head was, what about the bouncers outside? He propped himself with both hands and walked heavily to the door to take a look. He found that several of his men were standing there, unsteadily, telling some jokes. Hamilton's anger rushed to his head, but he soon calmed down. The muscles on his face twitched as he pounded on the open door. The bouncers were startled, instinctively turned to look. Boss! Seeing who was making the sound, they hurriedly stood there and stammered. Did you see anyone enter my room? The White Shark asked. Yes. Lardero. He said there was a situation downstairs. The bouncers were confused by the question. Boss, you were the one who let him in. Boss, was something stolen? Hamilton's expression sank as he shook his head. Don't doze off. He drew back and closed the door, leaving the bouncers puzzled as they exchanged looks. Why is he getting mad at the... Bro, you saw that man change faces in front of your face. What the fuck did you think these guys were gonna do? Volume 3 is one of the best. Like, I've been... like, as soon as we got an understanding of what Gehrman is gonna be like, I was like, holy fuck, this is who I'm here for. Because I've told you guys, I like characters who do, like, melee combat. I don't... While I don't dislike the whole, you know, prep time stuff, because, you know, I'm a Batman fan, but Klein has always, you know, sort of done things from a distance as much as possible. So I really appreciate this version of him that's strong and is not like, you know, doesn't hide about it and doesn't try to hide that strength. He's like, fuck yeah, I'm that guy, bro. Oonga boonga caveman brain. Shut the fuck up. Lardero. They saw Lardero. That guy. Can he change into someone's appearance? As a collaborator who helped pirates sell their loot and intelligence, Hamilton was no stranger to all sorts of sea rumors. The first thing he thought of was the former pirate admiral, the former rear admiral, who was said to be capable of turning into anyone. However, he quickly made more connections. It might not be this mystical ability. If it's really close to the description in rumors, illusion and mental manipulation can do similar things. No, it's definitely that mystical ability, dude. There's something amiss. That fellow appeared more refined and gentle on the outside, but he's inwardly insane and has terrifying strength. With the character he showcased, he should have knocked unconscious or killed anyone who had seen him before strolling to the door and very politely knocking. If it's to avoid creating a huge commotion so as to not leave too much information or exposing secrets, then he could have used a more covert method, like climbing the window. Very contradictory. There's only one explanation for this. He was putting on an act. Was he disguising his personality or disguising his strength? Or both? That's actually a really good point. Maybe the external... Dr. Z said this to me yesterday in the stream. She said that every sequence has two parts of it in order for you to digest the potion. So, like, it has an internal part and an external part. The internal part of, like, a seer was understanding fate, and the external part was acting as a seer. So maybe the external part for a faceless is putting on a good act that's convincing in the moment, but allows others to figure out that it's just an act in retrospect. Because when you go to a circus, which is basically what the seer potions seem to be based off of loosely, you know you're seeing someone who's putting on an act. You don't obviously think they're someone else. So maybe that's a good cue. Ridsmar, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you here before. Thanks for popping by. How you doing? Fallen Dream. That's right. Like Spectator was observing on the outside and not being a player on the inside. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for popping by, Fallen. I don't think I've seen you here before either. When he thought of this, Hamilton suddenly stopped and put all the details together. That guy's a novice. His madness is a disguise. His strength is demonstrated by relying on some mystical item. That must be it. This can explain the contradictions. Motherfucker, if you do some dumb shit and challenge him, you're gonna get your ass killed. You understand this? He didn't climb up the walls or enter through the window because he's a low sequence beyonder, and he isn't good in such aspects. He says to a clown who has, like, some of the best acrobatic ability ever. Which one is your alt? I'm so confused. Oh, Ridsmar? Is that one? That's so... Okay, this is so confusing. I know... Okay, I knew you said you were going to do this. It's going to take me some getting used to, okay? The focus of his mystical item isn't in this domain. In order to successfully enter my room, he was willing to lower his head and address me as boss, because he was purely relying on the mystical item. Oh, this guy's gonna get himself killed, isn't he? For sure. She said that in honor of Faceless, she's gonna come in with a new alt every day, which is fucking insane. I need to keep my I know exactly. Ramiro's gonna be like fucking what's that fucking game where there's like moles or whatever popping their heads out and you're like fucking swinging at all of them. This is what this is gonna be like. He acted like a madman so as to match the mystical item's effects of generating horror. He created pressure to ask for information. This also perfectly explains why he left just like that. The reason why he came to find me is because he obtained such a powerful item. Whack-a-mole. Yes, thank you. With his elevated mood, with his elevated ambition, he wants to capture and kill some of the pirates to make a fortune. Once he knew that I'm serving the Silver Coin Viper Otter and Admiral of Blood Intelligence, Old Quinn, to the point of being involved with the Queen Mystic, he got so scared and fearful he chose to leave. He didn't dare kill anyone. Queen Mystic. Queen Mystic. Do I... someone said this is one of the kings of the sea. Do I have this? Do I have her in my notes? Queen... Admiral of the Stars... Cattleya was once a follower of Queen Mystic, whatever. She joined a particular... It's stupid, I'm switching 2 times per minute. Okay, Dr. Z, you really don't have to do all that. I mean, feel free to, I mean, if it brings you joy, but... Is it fallen? Yeah, if anyone toes the lane with spoilers, I'm gonna just time out the line. Into the note, yeah. The more Hamilton thought, the closer he felt to the truth. He hurriedly set up the transceiver again and flipped through the passcodes and added a telegram to concisely describe his theories. He didn't believe that he was being targeted by a hunter because of everything that happened. He believed it was just a young man with an inflated ego in a fortuitous encounter. He gave the corresponding characteristics of the target. Blonde, blue eyes, not crazy, and even a little timid. Possesses a rather mystical item that allows one to change their appearance and create illusions. In consideration of the sense of horror, the latter is more likely to be true. He's just a novice who doesn't have much experience. Dude, he's gonna get someone to track down Klein and get him killed. He's gonna get like 3 low sequence beyonders to jump Klein because they're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna get so much street cred, and they're all just gonna get fucking buried because of this fucking idiot. Another king of the sea, owner of Dawn, once a warlock, now a demigod, calls herself Queen Mystic of the... Oh, what? Dude, in what universe is Ramiro so much better at reading my fucking notes than I am? What in the fuck? Where is this? Another king of the seas, owner of Dawn. Oh, I see. I found it. Okay, I found it. Yeah, I know that's you, Zareth. I know that's you. Owner of Dawn. What the fuck is Dawn? Is Dawn a weapon? God, my notes are so dog shit. No, like the weeds. Yeah, I know. Mystery Prior, Loki goated in my top 3 pathways. Really? I mean, given I don't know anything about I know one Mystery Prior who died at sequence 9, so I don't exactly have a great. Dawn is a queen. Is her ship? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I will put that in my notes really quickly. Because when I think of Dawn, I think of the Blade of Dawn from Lord of the Mysteries. What the fuck? From Game of Thrones. Charlie Lee, thanks for popping by. I'm just gonna say be careful because you have Sung Jinwoo as your profile pic, and And I have some bad feelings about that in this group. uh, he knows a thing or two about me, and he doesn't look like an outsider who's here in Demir for the first time. Hamilton stopped his fingers and leaned back in satisfaction, his chair creaking under his weight. Top 3 is Prisoner, Arbiter, and Mystery Prior? Interesting. Mystery Prior's okay. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, as though he had already seen the ending of that bastard just now. It wouldn't end well for a fellow with a very low sequence despite the item he has. At sea, many greedy sharks would rush towards him. When the time comes, I'll no longer have to be worried about my problems. Under the night sky, the harbor was rather quiet. After leaving the bar, Klein made a detour in the distance. He first quickly walked before slowing down. His pace gradually turned into a stroll. When he was sure no one was following him, he turned his face back to Gehrman Sparrow as he passed through the shadows. He stuffed the hem of his shirt into his trousers and adjusted his sideburns and took out his glasses. It gave him a coldness, despite his refined appearance. He began to rely on the stars to find his way back to the White Gate. As he walked, he let out a soft chuckle and thought, I hope the white shark isn't that foolish and is able to see the flaws I left behind. Ah, so he did this on purpose. Okay, the persona he had set up tonight was of a new adventurer who lacked experience and made mistakes. And this person, on the other hand, knew a lot about Demir Harbor and White Shark. He had a tempting mystical item on him, which messed up his mind, making him a little crazy. Klein's initial idea was that pirates would wander around the ocean. Dude, this is so Fivehead. What the fuck? Username, how's it going, man? Klein's initial idea was that pirates would wander the ocean, and even the Navy would have a hard time finding them. If he could get a more accurate information from White Shark, he could of course go straight to them. If that didn't work, his identity could be used as bait to lure some knowledgeable pirates to a predetermined location to complete the initial hunt. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. Dude, this is so based. What the fuck? Lyola, thanks for popping by. How you doing? Unless there's more on it further. Mystery Prior to me always felt kind of meh. Klein is actually sociopathic here. What the fuck? When it is discovered that White Shark could contact Old Quinn, the intelligence officer of Admiral Blood, Klein's plan was completed. His acquisition of the passcodes and frequency spectrum allowed him to monitor the corresponding situation and grasp the target's movement. Then, by interfering with the divination of others, he could, at the most appropriate time, use the combination of the mystical item and being a weak adventurer as bait to catch a number of big fish. I have a feeling Klein is gonna make bank by the end of this volume. What the fuck? Now, the problem is that I don't have the equipment to monitor their communications. It's basically impossible to buy it at sea. I'll have to use the world's identity to get Miss Justice or Miss Magician to buy one in Backland and receive the delivery via a sacrifice. This is the advantage of the Tarot Club, he thought. Seeing the White Gate in the distance, he quickened his pace and found that Donna's family and Cleves were returning from another street. Cleves greeted him and said, I heard there was trouble at the bar? Very well informed. Klein smiled and said, I only taught 2 cheats a lesson. Cleves' brows twitched, suddenly feeling that his impression of Gehrman was a little wrong. After his previous observation, he felt that although this adventurer was sharp and a bit reserved, he could still be considered someone who smiled and was polite and knew when to advance or retreat. But now, he was a bit uncertain. He felt there might be a bit of madness hidden in his heart. At this moment, Donna's father interrupted. Mr. Cleves, who is this? A colleague, Gehrman Sparrow, Cleves introduced. With a polite smile, Klein extended his right palm. It's an honor to meet you. In the future, if you need anyone and you can't find Cleves or the others, please, consider me. No problem. I hope you're as strong and professional as them, Donna's father said. And then introduced himself. Erdy Branch. What in the actual fuck is this name? As strong as them? Bro, Klein could take both of these people with one hand tied behind his back. He's chilling. With the other hand, he could just go pew 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 and just put him down. Klein had released the grip on the box when his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt there was something strange inside the gift boxes the branch servants were holding. He quietly activated his spirit vision and discovered that the gift boxes contained strips of cured meat. However, the surface of the meat had very rich colors at the red, white, and black spots. They looked like things from the spirit world. Air machine gun? Yeah, exactly. Just there's the aura of the spirit world, but they're practically harmless. This meat is very special. Klein was very surprised. Noticing this, Donna's father laughed. This is the specialty of Demir Harbor. In the center of the island, there's an extinct volcano. There's a few cracks in the surrounding underground caves where a natural hot wind blows. Curing meat there allows the meat to gain a wonderful and unique flavor. Mr. Sparrow, if you wish to buy some, it's not too late. Unique flavor? The taste of the underworld? Klein, the taste of the spirit world? Klein had a rough idea what was going on. According to the theories in mysticism, spirits would completely overlap with reality without interfering with it. One had to rely on the strength of a beyonder to open a gap, but this wasn't an absolute situation. There are places in the world where the spirit world is strong enough to slightly influence reality. In such regions, it was very easy for the dead to turn into water ghosts, zombies, and the like. A similar situation should have occurred in the interior of Demir Harbor's underground caves. But it's not serious and doesn't cause abnormalities, only gives the cured meat a unique flavor. There shouldn't be any problems if one doesn't eat a lot of it. Klein responded with a smile. I'm not interested in cured meat. At this moment, the little boy, Denton, pointed in the sky and said, It's so very red. Yeah, Donna nodded. Very red. Klein looked up and saw that the red moon was no different than usual. Because the child's spirit is relatively pure, he possesses a certain spirit vision powers after being tainted by the spirit world's aura. Would the children on this island be in a similar situation? This might be the source of Demir Harbor's folklore. Interesting. See, like, even just this, like, it's so small. This entire, like, maybe 5 sentences could have been taken out and nothing from the story would have changed in the slightest. But it's like, it's doing stuff that don't matter that eventually make a story into something better. You know what I mean? Maybe that's not the right way to phrase it, but like, the equivalent is like, okay, like if you go to the gym for 1 day, nothing happens. You go to the gym for 2 days, nothing happens. You go there for a week, nothing happens. But that doesn't mean there isn't anything happening. It just means like there's stuff under the hood happening that you just can't see yet. But then you compound that over a month or 2 months or whatever, and like you look better, you feel better. Same thing, like little bits of lower little bits of world building that individually do nothing at all, put together make the world feel so fleshed out. Like, oh, the folklore here has a actual reasoning that can be deducted by like a mid-sequence beyonder who has some underlying knowledge. Like, it's so clean. Like, everything just slots in so nice. The group strolled back to the ship, moving up the gangway and arriving on the deck. Klein bade them farewell and went to the second-class cabin. Suddenly, his mind stirred again, and he suddenly activated his spirit vision. He saw a huge skeleton message appear in front of him and drop a letter. The scene in Azek's memory. Oh. Did the card of blasphemy trigger some memories for Azek? Spirit marinated meat that would make me dude, that sounds awesome. Even your meat has like some spirit infused into it. That's based as fuck. Klein stretched out his hand and caught the slightly heavy letter. The messenger didn't stay and immediately disintegrated into a fountain of bones. One bone after another fell into the deck and disappeared. As though it didn't want to stay a second longer. With the letter firmly in hand, Klein didn't lower his head to examine it. Instead, he instinctively turned around and looked at the wooden staircase leading to the first-class cabin. With the letter firmly in hand, Klein, whatever. He saw Donna and Denton with their eyes wide and mouth agape, as though they wanted to scream at the sight of the scene, but everything they saw was over before they could make a sound. As a result, they wondered if they were hallucinating. The children who ate the special cured meat gained temporary spirit vision. Klein's brow twitched slightly as he raised his left index finger vertically and placed it against the mouth to silence the two young ones, like he did when the Murloc hunt was happening. The already tall Donna immediately raised her hand and covered her mouth. She nodded in fear and excitement, indicating she understood. When she looked down diagonally, she saw that her brother was still in a daze. She quickly grabbed his hand and pushed his hand to his mouth. Cleves and Cecile sensed that something was wrong with them. They stopped and looked at Klein, but they discovered nothing. Facing their someone's mowing the grass outside. Can you guys hear that? If you guys can, I'll close my window. A gold coin had appeared in facing their stairs. Klein calmly and continued walking to his room. A gold coin had appeared in his hand without anyone... No, can't hear it? Perfect. A gold coin had appeared in his hand without anyone realizing. It was tossed up and tumbled as though it possessed life. The gold coin landed with a number facing up, indicating a negative result. That means the tiny episode wouldn't be detrimental to Klein. Seriously, the current messenger isn't polite at all. Not like the previous one who would tap my shoulders or nudge my body to give me an advance warning. Or just covert my surroundings into a spirit world to prevent ordinary people from seeing him, Klein lampooned. He sat on the edge of his bed, lit a candle with only half its length remaining, and opened Azek's letter. As he pulled out the items, the first was the Black Emperor card. Looking at the face which pissed him off, Klein let out a breath of relief and eased his worries. Just looking at Roselle pisses off Klein, I love that. He was afraid that Azek wouldn't return it to him, as he had that minimum level of trust. After all, the potion formulas and corresponding rituals could be copied, and only the convergence properties of high-level materials could be imitated. And since this was clearly not Azek's pathway, nor was it one of the switchable paths available to him, so a powerhouse like him had no need for it. Can you remember the origins of the gold coin? Yeah, it's in here. Hold on. Klein for the bomb contract received £10 up front, £30 in cash, and 5 gold coins worth £1 each. You guys got any plans for the weekend? Klein was worried that the messenger would be robbed, losing the card of blasphemy, which would help him tremendously while in a spirit body state. We actually noted that down. I did. This wasn't impossible. The number of strange creatures in the spirit world was hard to count, so it isn't hard to end up having a few who were good at locating messengers and robbing them. Completing all my backtracked work? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. You missed a lot of classes, I'm sure. Yeah, I figured, man. The Black Emperor card was returned along with the copper whistle from the Numinous Episcopate. That card that depicts the Black Emperor reminds me of certain scenes. The tall as a mountain Blood Emperor who wore a red cape with his eyes abnormally crazy, containing almost zero reasoning. I will check out the video later. Alright, thanks for popping by, Thunder. I appreciate it, buddy. He was on the brink of losing control. There was the true Black Emperor who had revived. He sat on a gigantic throne overlooking the land. When I looked up at them, I lost consciousness when the Blood Emperor looked at me. I should have, in some form, participated in the War of the Four Emperors, but the exact details still required me to recall them. Perhaps it was an injury from back then that caused me to lose my memories again and again. The legend of Death's treasure trove in the Berserk Sea doesn't ring any bells. Perhaps I'll be able to sense something and be naturally attracted when I travel to the southern continent by boat and pass through that area. Azek once saw the Blood Emperor and Black Emperor. Oh, yeah, I guess I should write that down, huh? Although that is crazy to think, huh? I don't, like, obviously I don't know for what reason, but assuming just I'm taking Azek at his word, the Blood Emperor looked at Azek, who is at the very least a demigod, most likely an angel. The Blood Emperor looked at him and he just straight up conked out. He was like, ugh. That is a crazy level of strength. It also said once revived Black Emperor. True. I go back to watch the last 2 chapters. Alright, sounds good, Nightwalker. If you're watching them in regular speed, then I won't see you. If you're watching them in like a time and a half or 2x, then I'll see you in a bit. The legend, yes. The experience of the owner of that copper whistle resembles that of an undying ritual. But there are still clear differences. I can sense evil auras and the premonition of danger. I believe the owner of the copper whistle is in a strange and terrifying state. It's best that you don't blow that copper whistle and summon that messenger. It will bring extreme danger. We can make further attempts when I fully recover my memories and figure out what that experience really means. That confrontation between Azek and the Blood Emperor was like Azek and the Rear Admiral. True. Not actually, it might even be worse still, because at least the Rear Admiral tried to fight Azek. He just stood no fucking chance. Azek doesn't even say he tried to fight the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor looked at him and Azek went, So, that's not, yeah, that is a crazy difference in strength. The feathers left behind by the copper whistle's owner that you mentioned can be used in the domain of the undead. It's a unique material that's rich in spirituality. When I recall more, I'll organize the knowledge of some rituals and charms you can use with it for you. Speaking of this matter, I recall that you'd asked about the method for ridding the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic. This will likely need some more time. At the very least, I'm still a blank slate in that aspect. Also, vaguely remembering the southern continent, there are strange creatures called feathermen. It's best to seal that card, otherwise it might attract powerful enemies and many disasters. I can give you some techniques. The first isn't too difficult. First, an improved wall of spirituality. Oh, that's cool. Improved wall of spirituality? This is true. Klein needs to get this above the Grey Fog, because he has the card of blasphemy of the Black Emperor, which, if my theory is right, Nast would be highly attracted to, because Nast is a sequence 1, and so he would be attracted to this thing like a fish to water. He'd be like, just coming after Klein for this. And if Nast finds Klein right now, he is, as the kids say, cooked. As expected, the Card of Blasphemy has a convergence effect on activation. It's a good thing that I left it above the Grey Fog in the past. That was last stream, Romero. According to Mr. Azek's description, he shouldn't be an amnesiac death. What? Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked up to the Blood Emperor and Black Emperor. It's likely that he's a son of death. Whoa! Participating in the War of the Four Emperors by accompanying that deity. Unfortunately, he suffered from severe injuries. As he thought, Klein produced a flame and burned the letter. Oh my god, that is... So, oh my god. Azek is likely the son of death. It was in the last stream, Justin. I don't remember the exact chapter, but I mean, we can go back and find it if you guys want. Whoa, Azek is Death's son? That is crazy. That's still a theory. He might also be a grand... Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's still a theory, but generally Klein's theories tend to be even more accurate than mine own. Then he tried the sealing technique and practiced what Azek taught him in the letter. Anyways, I'm gonna put the stream to mute and go do some stuff. Alright, no worries, Zaza. After doing all this, he held a ritual and brought the Black Emperor card and the numinous episcopate whistle above the grey fog. There was no doubt that Klein had no wish to suddenly meet the King of the Five Seas, Nast, at sea. Aha. Early in the morning, the sun rose above the horizon and dyed it golden. Klein went to the not so well-stocked second-class buffet and ate 2 pieces of toast and with bacon and butter and drank a cup of tea. After filling his stomach, he went to the deck to breathe in fresh air and enjoy the beautiful early morning scenery. I mean, you literally guessed visionary. True. I'm a fucking legend, Milos. True. You know what? My theories are better than Klein. Fuck this guy. Klein is really smart, but I feel like I do better than him. Okay, joke. I was there. I was there last stream. Am I losing it? Okay, fuck it. You know what? Let me. Okay, hold on. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if we can find where it was. Okay. No, not back here. So it would have been right near the end yesterday. So like 498, 499. Okay, let's quickly go. No, not down here. So it's got to be around this one or earlier. Okay. I think you determined that vice admirals were 5 just by comparing. Yeah. Okay. So it should be around here. The 5th city of whatever. Gigantic ship, whatever. Fog Sea. King of Immortality, whatever. Hold on. This just says, I wonder what sequence the King of the Five Seas is at now. I was still very young. Our fleet once came across the Black Emperor ship. Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe I just guessed it. Oh, wait, hold on. No. In fact, the King of the Five Seas Nast has a beard that only reaches his neck. He sits on the deck, draped in a splendid black robe with silver ends. He wears a crown that's 2 times smaller than his head and overlooks everything like a deity. Oh, I think I probably... Oh, sorry. No, yeah, you're right. That was a... Oh, that was a guess I took, because I was guessing that that if my theory is right, that someone is attempting to become the Black Emperor, Nast would probably be that person, and he's probably a sequence 1. That was okay. So it was a theory. It wasn't stated. Oh, I see. I should. Nast. Wait, where do I even say that he is a sequence 1? Wait, I don't even see it. Hold on. Nast, strongest king of the 5 seas, claims to be descendant of another Solomon of our high sequence be out of the lawyer path behind the ghost ship. Whatever, no problem. That's all fine. Nast, king of the 5 seas. Wait, I said it on stream? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, I thought you were referring to my notes. Dude, I say shit. Don't hold me so stringently to my words, bro. I just say shit. As for theories, I already put it in here. Kidnapping victims mentioned by Alter, possibly captain victims, might be related to creating a new Black Emperor. I think Nast is that person. Okay. Okay. No, I thought Ramiro was like, I put it in my notes somewhere, and I was like, dude, if it's in my notes, then I probably read it somewhere. Fuck, where was I? 502. Yes. By the way, small thing for me, but I feel like if Klein really wishes to be a faceless, then he should really adjust the small things as well, not just the big things. Like, he always has 2 pieces of toast and drinks like tea or coffee. He should change even the small stuff, so anyone who looks at him, it would be like a different person. Or like, I guess, even more so, a real faceless would probably just have different shit every morning. So he's really faceless. Like he's just nobody. But maybe that's too pedantic, but I feel like the little stuff would really help him digest his potions faster. Thinking back to last night's incident, Klein came over to the captain and said, "Good morning. The shark didn't give you any trouble, right? He should be able to determine that I'm a passenger of the White Agate." "That is his own problem," the captain laughed. "Actually, he wanted you to pay half the repair fees for the bar counter, but that isn't much, just a few soli. I happened to win £6 last night and gave him some extra tips. That should be the end of it." Nah, because that isn't what faceless people do. They take the same stuff every day, no variance. A real faceless would just steal someone's whole life. Yes. Oh my god, you're right, Ramiro. You said that as a joke, but that's true. What he should do is murder someone on the ship, become them, and then spend the time with their family. So, and then if the family can't even tell the difference, that's a real faceless. By the time this 3-day ship trip is over, he would be digested this potion. True. Oh my god, Ramirez is so smart. "Captain, are you afraid that a crazy adventurer like me will blow up the whole thing for the sake of face? So you ended up choosing to bear the compensation?" "I understand." Then he turned back to the bow, leaving 2 soft words. "Thank you." He needs people to acknowledge that he is passing as someone else. He noted when his in person. That's true. So what if... No, you're right, Giovanna. I'm sorry. So what if Klein kills a person, assumes their identity, does a pretty good job through the day, then starts acting weird at night, so their family is like, "Hey, that doesn't feel like him." And then he kills a different person in the morning and starts the process over. He would be done digesting this potion so quickly. I feel like I could digest these potions faster than Klein because I have no moral compass. You know, he's like, "No, like, I don't want to kill people. Like, you know, like, these people have families." I'm like, "Ah, fuck it. I don't care. We're becoming a fucking demigod in 2 weeks, baby." When Klein returned to his original location, he felt the sea breeze blowing on his face. He let out a slow breath, feeling that it was too goddamn hard to force a persona. He'll kill a pirate with no qualm? True. Nah, I just kill anybody. No kids, though. That's too far. But like any adult. Fuck 'em. After enjoying the wind for a while, he was about to return to the cabin when two figures appeared. Donna and Denton. Cecile, who was in charge of protecting them, was just a few paces away. Donna had obviously not slept well last night. Her eyes were puffy and her face gloomy. She was obviously imitating Klein's taking in of the scenery, but her eyes were darting around. Just as Denton, who was in a similar state, wanted to speak, she spoke first. Uncle, who was that last night? As she spoke, she looked ahead without turning her head, her body trembling, as though she was recalling the scene at this moment. It was a messenger. You can think of him like a postman. Klein also didn't look at the two kids, as though he was talking about what he had for breakfast. Messenger? Denton almost lost control of the volume of his voice. Without a moral compass, you're more likely to lose control during the advancement. Nah, I'd win. I am such a dick. Not really a moral compass, it's more if you betray your own core principles. Exactly. So what if my core values is that you got to look out for number one first? I never betray that. I'm chilling. The world is so huge, so there's bound to be some strange creatures in this world. Trust me, although this creature who looks very ferocious and terrifying, he's very gentle and professional. It just sends me a letter on behalf of a friend who's really far away. After a night of panic, and because she hadn't been harmed in any way, Donna was much calmer. Her eyes lit up. Well, that's amazing! You would indeed be chilling, exactly. Denton also expressed his opinion. Then, why didn't anyone else see it? Because your hearts are pure, Klein smiled. That was a white lie. After all, he couldn't just say it was a problem with their cured meat. That would only make the little fellows fail to resist making attempts. Honestly, Klein struggles more because he has a moral compass. Exactly, thank you. This way, ignoring the fact that ingesting large amounts of it could cause one to fall ill, just randomly having spirit vision activated was a very dangerous matter. Even though Klein could sustain the consumption of spirit vision for a long time now, he didn't dare keep it open indefinitely. Sometimes seeing things that he shouldn't see could lead to madness or death. Can we have a messenger of our own? Donna asked. That will depend on your luck, Klein answered. He couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. I don't even have a messenger of mine. In order to obtain a messenger, he had to design an accurate summoning ritual and prepare the corresponding spirit world creature contract. This was a specialized field of knowledge, and randomly doing things could easily summon something bad, so Klein didn't dare recklessly try it. Yes, Donna looked forward to it. Then, in a tiny voice, she said, Uncle, we'll keep this secret for you. Denton nodded solemnly. At this moment, a new passenger that intended to board in Demir Harbor carried his suitcase as he walked onto the deck. Who is this guy? Klein doesn't feel like self-righteous. He feels genuine. Yeah, exactly. Like, his moral compass feels fair. Like, he doesn't have, like, one of those, shonen things where he's like, no, like, I won't kill anyone. Everyone can be... Like, that shit is garbage. Get the fuck out of here, okay? But he also doesn't have this sadistic view of just like, oh, everyone deserves to die. I don't really give a shit. I'll do whatever I want. He has like a fair thing. He's like, listen, the people that are trapped in creeping hunger, from my understanding, they probably didn't do anything wrong. The Admiral just liked their ability, so he killed them. So I'm going to set them free. But if a pirate does something heinous, I'm going to fucking kill that guy. That guy can suffer for eternity. I don't give a fuck about him. Like, okay, that seems like a very genuine, very base moral line that almost everyone can get on board with, right? After sending the telegram, Blazing Danitz considered that the captain might instruct him on certain matters, so he decided to cut the holiday short and await orders at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. Through his own channels, he obtained a ticket, put on a wig, blackened his eyebrows, and boarded the Whydah Gate. As Emperor Roselle said, capable people always have to do more work. As Danitz um, walked on to towards the cabin, he looked around leisurely and seeing a familiar a figure. It was a young adventurer in a black coat, gentle in appearance and mad in nature. The muscles in Danitz's face began to stiffen. He does as much as he can live with, sometimes having to push more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. And that's the same with like basically everyone, right? Like you generally have like a set of, most people haven't strictly considered what their moral principles look like, but they roughly have a line in their head. They're like, okay, like I feel okay doing this any more than like let's say like a really simple line might be like, oh, if you're at a self-checkout, you might not scan like a gum or chocolate that you picked up. That might be a line you're okay with. But you wouldn't just walk out of a store with a $600 TV and just run outside. Those two, even though principally they're both stealing, there's like a separation between the two where like you're like, okay, this one is fine, and this one is like, okay, I'm not doing that. And I don't know what that exact number looks like, right? Or I don't think anyone does. Like, I don't think it's like so it's like a $2.99 bar of chocolate. I'm okay to steal that. But if it was a $3.99 bar of chocolate, that'd be too far. Like, okay, what's the number? Like, I don't know. Was it like $97? Like, I don't know what that looks like, right? So it's like having a rough line. No one has a hard and fast line for moral stuff because how do you determine it? Okay. Discovering a pirate who was worth 3,000 pounds aboard the ship in disguise, Klein immediately felt wary. He smiled to Denton and Donna, who were beside him, and said, "I've got a friend." He walked towards the Vice Admiral's fourth boatswain, locking his eyes on the other party. The smile on Blazing Danitz froze when he saw the young adventurer, with crazy blood flowing through his veins, slowly approaching. He suddenly had a thought. Run. Run as fast as you can. Do your best to escape. Even if I have to use beyond our powers and expose my identity, I have to flee. In his eyes, the reserved and stern adventurer was a genuine monster. Oh, God. Oh, what has Klein become? Just as Danitz was about to make his move, he suddenly calmed down because he remembered what happened last night. The adventurer hadn't attacked him and allowed him to leave. That is to say, he doesn't necessarily have the hostile intention of hunting me down. He can be reasoned with. Directly running away would only lead to conflict. Thoughts ran through Blazing Danitz's head. Relying on his rich experience, he forcefully controlled his legs and appeared to wait in place. Bro is run on sight, actually. Kami, how's it going, man? Good morning. We meet again. The gentleman's courteous smile made Danitz shudder as he pursed his lips and said, "Good morning. What are you doing on this ship?" "Heading to the Rorstad Archipelago." "Why are you heading there?" Waiting for the captain's orders. Maybe there'll be a mission arranged for me. He's probably going to chase me off the ship. In any case, there's a potential risk to having a pirate board. For him, this was considered a pretty good result. At most, he would waste a ticket. Klein then fell silent. So silent that Danitz's hair stood on end. It was a full 5 or 6 seconds before he spoke again. "Which cabin do you live in?" "First class, room 312. Danitz raised his ticket. He didn't dare look down for fear that the enemy would seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Klein nodded. "Is there a servant room?" "Yes," Danitz answered. He had no idea why the man was asking. Then he heard the man say to him in a flat tone, "You'll sleep there." Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No. Klein said, "Bitch, my room now." That's awesome. Oh my God, I love that. "You'll sleep in the fucking... You'll sleep in the servant room, bitch." Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, I love that. Where? I'll be sleeping in the servant room? Aren't you gonna chase me off the ship? Why? Danitz asked. Hostage. Oh, shit. Dude, that's so hard. Why? Hostage. What? Am I the hostage? Is there another hostage? What are you saying? Hostage. Like, what does this mean? Hostage. He's worried that I'm a planted agent on the ship, making it easier for the pirate fleet to plunder the White Gate, so he plans on holding me hostage? I haven't used it yet, Kami, because there really hasn't been a fight yet. When one comes up, I will use it, I promise. That's reasonable. If it's really as he suspects, then it wouldn't stop the pirate fleet's attack, even if I'm chased off the ship. It's better to hold me hostage, to aid in negotiations. Dog shit. I hate this arrogant asshole who doesn't say much. They only say a word or two, or even just an utterance, leaving me to guess the rest. If I'm not his match, then I wouldn't even mix with such company. This is kind of, sorry, this is off topic, but I hate this arrogant, cold person who doesn't say much and only says a word or two, leaving me to guess the rest. This is like what it's to have a really dog shit first date, where the other person just won't talk, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? I'm talking to a brick wall. And you're like, hey, so like, do you have any interests? No. Thank you. Why didn't I think of that? Why did I previously think that his temper matched my tastes? I must have been out of my fucking mind. Fine, he exhaled. It was one fight already, bro. The white shark and the trans... That was hardly a fight, man. He pushed... He threw a guy down. I wouldn't call that a fight. And then he threw the bartender's head on the bar stool or whatever. Like, that's not a... I wouldn't call that a fight. No, I refuse. To your cabin, Klein maintained the perfect Guillermo Sparrow persona. Doesn't matter, play it when Klein goes crazy. Okay, damn. Blazing Danitz carried his suitcase, reluctantly leading the monster draped in human skin to his cabin. They went to the upper deck and arrived at room 312. After opening the door, Klein took a quick look and found the place several times better than second class. The living room was about 30 square meters and was connected to a master bedroom and 3 servant rooms. It had a separate bathroom, a standard wardrobe, and a mahogany desk. Danitz put down his suitcase and glanced at the servant rooms. He suddenly thought of an important question. Is the master bedroom going to be left empty? He asked. It's mine, Klein smiled in a gentleman-like fashion. As expected, to watch over me, Danitz felt depressed. Klein paced on the carpet in his room and said, "Come with me downstairs." Alright. The adventurer and famous pirate duo soon arrived at the second-class cabins and found Klein's original room. After opening the door, Klein didn't enter. He pointed inside and said to Danitz, "Tidy the things on the desk and put them on the suitcase." What? Tidy things? You want me to help you tiny things? Danitz was almost stunned. In the blink of an eye, he felt a surge of anger rush to the top of his head. How can I, Blazing Danitz, Vice Admiral Iceberg's 4th boatswain, a famous pirate, be driven like a servant? This is... The aura farming is crazy. This guy who's like, dude, I'm fucking goated. Like, you know, I'm so strong. I do whatever the fuck I want. And then he finally meets an actual big fish. Like, it's like a big fish in a small pond versus a big fish of the ocean meeting. And it's like, hey, remember, you dumb fuck. You'll do whatever the fuck I tell you to. Aggrieved, he bent over and entered the cabin that didn't have a very high ceiling, swiftly putting the items that were scattered around. Without needing Klein to remind him, he placed the things in order, even more carefully than how he dealt with his own luggage. You should keep the music when Klein goes crazy, as Kami said. Klein will farm even more with music. Okay, that's fine. I'll keep that in mind. Actually, you know what? Let me hear the music, because once I know what the music sounds like, I'll have a better idea of like in what context it'll fit in really nicely. Hold on. The Father Gascon one. Oh, I've heard this for sure from when I played Bloodborne, but I don't remember it. Okay, I'm just gonna play this right now, just so I know what it's like and have a better idea of it for the future. And then we'll go back to regular music for the time being. Dan, I'm 3,000 pounds. Yeah, 3,000 pounds. Klein spent more than that on his last potion, bro. You understand? You're fucking nothing. Without needing along the way, he always had the impulse to sneak attack the man's back, but in the end he held back. After returning to the room, Danitz clenched his teeth and asked, "How should I address you?" Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow. Danitz ruminated over the word. Ruminated over the name, swearing that he would not forget what happened today. He vowed to let the man before him have a taste of something similar in the future. Fucking doubt it, bro. Captain will definitely help me, he thought. For the sake of his persona, Klein didn't choose the reclining chair. Instead, he randomly chose a hard wooden chair to sit on. I just read a Bloodborne fanfic. The author had audited a Lord of the Mysteries. Oh! He leaned back in his chair and asked, tell me about the famous pirate you know of. There's a lot of them, Dennis replied. He stood where he was, afraid to move, like a servant. Klein slowly curled up his lips and said, doing in accordance with their bounties. With that, he pointed to the chair opposite him. Have a seat. With a relief, Danitz hurriedly sat down. He felt that the man wasn't too bad. At least he was willing to give him a seat. Devil, how's it going, man? The White Agate sailed out of the open sea and moved at a speed of 13 knots until noon. Okay, I have a rough idea of what it sounds like now. Okay. Hungry? I'm okay right now, but I probably will be by the end of stream. I know you're talking about you, but but I'm talking about myself. Haven't had breakfast, been playing football since 10 a.m. with the Discord mods. And the White Agate, Blazing Danitz, whose mouth was going dry from all the talk, was finally permitted to stop. He took his ticket and led Klein to the first-class dining restaurant. The restaurant was decorated elegantly, with violinists playing in the corner and barriers separating the tables to ensure privacy. After walking a few steps, Klein met Donna's family in Cleves. They occupied a huge table and were waiting for the waiter to serve them food. The Toronto picnic thing you were talking about yesterday. Just a joke. Uncle Sparrow, Denton said. Donna blinked, fully expressing her doubts. She clearly remembered that Uncle Sparrow lived in the second-class cabin and wasn't supposed to be here. Klein waved his hand with a smile and said, "He's treating," pointing at Danitz. "Is that so?" Donna sized up Danitz curiously. Cleves put down his fork and knife and asked, "Your friend?" Klein chuckled. "What do you think the answer should be?" Danitz gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Gehrman once saved me." "That's right. Otherwise, he might have already killed me for the bounty," Danitz consoled himself. I don't know why Klein doesn't. I guess it makes sense to get info from him, but I would want that 3,000 pounds right now. You don't have much money, Gehrman. Cleves looked at Danitz up and down a few times and said nothing more. Passing the Donna family, Klein found a table by the window. The waiter came with great enthusiasm and handed them over a menu. Charcoal steak, red wine, foie gras, and vegetable salad. Danitz scanned the menu. Ships that dock for resupplying every 2 or 3 days or better. There's plenty of fresh food. When you encounter a ship that floats on the sea for a week or two, you can only cycle between beer, cured meat, and canned goods. It's so monotonous that it drives you crazy. Danitz said they were more like adventurers than real pirates. Wait, where? Did anyone watch the latest brain rot of Mad 3? I don't know who that is. However, the sea itself can provide plenty of fresh food, but this requires one to have sufficient judgment. We had a sailor on a ship who once had a beautiful lobster, only to suffer diarrhea until his ass nearly exploded when he first met. Oh, right, yeah, I see. Oh, so he wouldn't kill him. That's what you're referring to. Yes, thank you, Romero. As a pirate, he had the habit of using vulgar language for descriptions, but as he looked at Gehrman Sparrow's expression, he changed his vocabulary. Suffered diarrhea until his ass nearly fell off. I have reason to suspect that there were other factors. Although your captain is a woman, there should be very few women in the crew. Furthermore, with the sailors unable to get ashore for a long time, they must be thirsty, Klein lampooned. Klein took the menu, drew a line according to the prices. All of these. Alright, the waiter didn't change his expression. At that moment, Klein saw Captain Elland in the dining room pass by, so he wanted to greet him. So he simply greeted him. When he looked back, he saw Blazing Danitz was already looking out the window, watching the scenery. The captain knows you? Klein asked. Danitz let out a hollow chuckle. We fought his crew back when he was the boatswain of the Wilhelm V. Besides, I'm also considered quite a famous pirate. At this point, Danitz recalled his current situation and became depressed. Hence, he changed the topic. I've always wondered why Elland would suddenly quit the Navy. By then, he was already an arbiter. Bro, that's only a sequence 9. What are you talking about? Mad 3UB is a Lord of the Mysteries editor. Oh, cool. But most of his stuff he makes are spoilers for you. Even the newest video isn't. But the newest video isn't. You can maybe watch it at the end of stream. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I'll just write that down so I don't forget. Mad 3B. Okay, cool. 504. Anyway, Wiz, I sent it to you. No need to remember. Oh, thanks, username. I appreciate it, buddy. A Beyonder was allowed to leave the fleet? Without Danitz's deliberate explanation, Klein easily understood why he found it strange. In a Nighthawks team, even the civilian staff would experience strict restrictions. Even a normal resignation would require them to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. They weren't even allowed to leave the Nighthawks team's area where they originally belonged to until they were approved. They had to, and once they moved, they had to immediately register at the local Evernight church. From such rules, it could be seen how the officials treated Beyonder powers and related matters. A Beyonder who had drunk a potion wouldn't be able to leave the organization so easily. He makes super spoilery videos right after, so when Wiz clicks on the newest one, he gets spoiled. All good, FQ. Klein clearly remembered that Miss Justice initially had the means and channels to become a Beyonder, but she didn't attempt them. The reason given was that she didn't want to lose her freedom. Similar thoughts ran through his mind, but they didn't become words because the polite but cold Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't be interested in such rumors. So what? Klein asked. Do you know how to make conversation? Danitz suddenly secretly drew breath and squeezed out a smile. I found it strange. We all suspected that he joined MI9 and that he was using his identity as a captain to monitor sea routes. That's possible, Klein thought. The dishes he ordered were served one by one according to their type. The restaurant even gave him 2 complimentary cups of sweet, bubbling, light gold pre-meal wine. The video speak. Can I call this indirect way of recommending that video instigation or spectator? Spectator, probably? Instigation, probably not the right term for it. Klein stopped talking and concentrated on enjoying the food, feeling that it was indeed much better than the second-class food. The melodious tunes of the violin resonated amidst the sounds produced from the slight contact between the cutlery and plates. The blue and open sea outside the window rippled quietly, and everything seemed perfect. I have a strong feeling we're going to get the final Lord of the Mysteries trailer today. Not just a character trailer, but the actual trailer. As Klein was about to be served dessert, a crewman came stomping in and ran to the table where Elend was sitting. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." He didn't suppress his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. A few more characters first? I would think if they yeah, my thing is 1st of June. I would think if they're planning on releasing June 28th, you'd want the final trailer out by now. No, I'm not saying there's going to be more character trailers, but I would think that they'd be after. Because June 1st would be like the perfect time to do it. Gives you 4 weeks between the thing. Divine it? Wait, divine what? I'm happy to do a divination, don't get me wrong. You guys know me. I'm always up for gambling, but what? Sure, I don't think so. We'll see. 3 a.m. Oh, the release of the trailer today. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay. Are we gonna get the Lord of the Mysteries final trailer released today? The heavens have spoken, my child. I have to get the paycheck. I don't have any money, Romero. This is bad. What a wonderful day. Now I believe there was interference. All right. Well, hey, listen, I'm just saying, if by some miracle of God this turns out true, Milos is losing his mod powers today. I trust your divination more than your theories at this point. Captain, there's a pirate ship. He didn't suppress his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. Klein looked up, looking across from Danitz as his eyes turned dark and cold. Blazing Danitz stiffened for a second and smiled bitterly. He lowered his voice and said, "If I were to say that this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me? Didn't we agree to a rotation and stuff?" Oh, true. We did agree to a rotation. True. Yes. Okay, we can live with that. If the trailer comes out today, then your rotation starts today. Okay. Otherwise, I said it was gonna start if my theory got confirmed that Leonard is a member of the Tarot Club, codename Star. But you know what? Now, if the trailer comes out today, your rotation starts today. Klein's eyelids twitched as he slowly smiled. Guess, you son of a bitch! Danitz was so furious. He maintained his smile and said, "Your wisdom is enough to judge everything." Bro, why are you sucking him off so hard? Chill. At that moment, Ellen quickly asked about the situation and stood up and to the panicking first-class passengers. "There's only one pirate ship. We have plenty of power to deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner and await the arrival of good news. Believe me, the damage caused by chaos far exceeds whatever the pirates can do." I don't wish to hear rumors in the future that although we, the Whitegate, succeeded in repelling the pirates, a handful of passengers fell and injured themselves. Danitz is yeah, he's very submissive. Under his arrangements, and with the support of the crew, Donna and the others left the dining room and returned to their own cabins, which included Klein and Danitz. I thought you were going to temporarily take over the Whitegate and try to keep it safe, Danitz commented. To be able to immediately throw out an olive branch and talk about creeds and remuneration after finding a suitable candidate showed that he was an extroverted boatswain who liked to talk to others. There's a lot of... Jesus Christ, Milos, I don't need to know that. Imagine surviving pirates and you just slip off the ship. Klein glanced at him, then went to the window and looked out. He saw a large ship with a red skull flag fluttering as it cruised towards them. There were chimneys and sails. Know them? Klein asked. Danitz walked to a spot diagonally behind him and looked in the distance for a few seconds and said, Red Skull, a small, medium band of pirates. The captain is C. Wolf Johnson with a bounty of £900. His first mate is a one-eyed Anderson with a bounty of £500. In the pirate world, a bounty was an important reference point that determined one's status and standing. Another One Piece reference? Oh my god, Cuttlefish is cooking with these, bro. Do you have any guess on what Danitz's sequence might be? He's a fucking pirate. I would assume he's a sailor. I don't know anything else about him, though. Considering that he didn't have the ability to move underwater or depthly, it would be easy to have innocents die if they allowed the pirates to board the ship. Klein was silent for a few seconds before asking, Do they know you? Of course! They're qualified to participate in distinguished gatherings between pirates. I once kicked them in the ass. Do they have binoculars? Klein asked. That's an essential item. Even if a ship is placed under control, there will be sailors standing on the observation deck using binoculars to observe the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks. He could finally tell that this dangerous fellow was a new adventurer, and it was very likely his first time at sea. Was he a famous bounty hunter? A member of a secret organization? Danitz subconsciously guessed Gehrman's past. Their captain's bounty is 1/6 of Danitz? Yeah, I get that. Not a sixth, a fourth. During such times, will the captain and the first mate use their binoculars to observe us? Klein originally wanted to address them as 900 and 500 pounds, but he found it a bit impolite. Definitely, they have to keep track of their targets. He didn't understand Gehrman's goal for asking such questions. From his point of view, if he had his powerful strength, he would definitely be allowed to. Would have allowed the Red Skulls to approach, finding an opportunity to board their ship and then eliminate everyone. Klein tilted his head and looked at Danitz before revealing a smile. That's good. What do you want? What do you want to do? Don't smile like that. Danitz started panicking. Take off your wig, Klein calmly ordered. I know, it would be impolite. He's like, oh, I'm gonna go beat their ass. I might even kill them, turn them into the cops. But to call them 900 pounds would be impolite. Like, okay, bro. You've got some weird moral quandaries. Danitz was puzzled as he slowly started removing his wig. Klein took out a special bottle of extract and handed it over. Wipe your eyebrows and face clean. This was a mystical item. Makeup removal extract he had prepared before advancing to Faceless. He had used it when attacking the Wraith from the Rose School of Thought. Although Klein no longer needed it, he had been reluctant to throw it away. Danitz was even more confused, but he was unwilling to throw himself into an irreversible situation unless he was really attacked, physically. He had no choice but to do what he was asked now, removing the disguise on his face. Putting away the metal bottle, Klein opened the window and let the sea breeze pour in. Stand here and look outside. He pointed directly behind the window and said to Danitz, Does Danitz still not understand? He's just gonna show his face and the pirates are gonna go, oh, he's on board. We can't we can't attack this ship because Danitz is probably planning to, and he'd kick our ass if we did it before him. Like, does he still not understand? God, he's dumb as bricks. This guy's worth 3,000 pounds? He's the IQ of a goldfish. Klein observed for a few seconds, then calmly said, "You have two choices. 1. Crawl out and hang there in an eye-catching manner. 2. You get held by the collar by me and hang out there like in the eye-catching manner. What do you want to do?" Danitz blurted out. Bro has mystical makeup remover. Sorry about that. What do you want to do? Danitz blurted out. "Show you to the pirates. I believe the Vice Admiral's Iceberg's 4th boatswain would hold enough weight to persuade them to retreat." "No, don't do that." Danitz subconsciously rejected the notion. He is clearly in distress. Yeah, when you're in distress, you have cortisol rushing through your veins. It makes you sharper, makes you more, you can think better, not worse in life or death situations. He could imagine what the people from the Red Skull Pirates would think when they discovered him. Either Blazing Danitz had been captured, and there was a very terrifying powerhouse on the ship, or the ship was already being targeted by Vice Admiral Iceberg, and the other pirates were to immediately keep their distance. Either way, the way I'm hung up decides which thought they would have, Danitz thought. Klein smiled even more genially. "I'm a very easy person to get along with, really, as long as you do what I tell you." At this moment, Danitz once again felt the indescribable sense of hunger. He felt as if his soul and flesh could be torn from his body at any moment. He weighed the pros and cons, raised his hands and gritted his teeth, and said, "I'll do it myself." Holding back his anger and grievance, Danitz turned and climbed out of the window. Using his balance and strength from years of experience, he hung himself off the cabin with his forearms. You take that out of context and it just says, using his balance and strength from years of experience, he hung himself. And then you leave it there and it's like, oh, he fucking died. Alright, bye Milos. I hope to see you again for the next stream. Hopefully still as mod. Maybe. Don't try to escape. I'm not a patient man. Klein's face turned cold as he gently reminded. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew responsible for observing the White Agate sent a message to Seawolf Johnson. "Boss, there's a weird guy hanging out from the window." Johnson was stunned. He raised his binoculars and saw, "Is that Blazing Danitz? How did he get on the White Agate? What's the point of him hanging outside? This is the Vice Admiral's prey? Everyone, take note and stay far away from this area immediately." In room 305's, Cleve stood by the window with a revolver gripped tightly in his hand as a precaution. Donna's family was a little frightened, and they didn't return to their respective bedrooms, but they instead sat in the living room, waiting for the bombardment to begin. Cecile and the other bodyguards, Teague, stood guard beside them, fully alert. After a few at this moment, a look of confusion appeared in Cleves' eyes. He stepped back and said to the people, "The pirates have left." What? This left everyone utterly confused. They had no idea what the pirates were thinking. They were thinking they don't want to get their ass beat. They were thinking by Danitz, but in reality by Klein. Room 312. Blazing Danitz crawled back and couldn't help but give a snort. "You're borrowing my captain's reputation. She really hates these kinds of things." "Just wait for the Vice Admiral Iceberg to teach you a lesson," Danitz thought. Klein quietly listened and said, "I remember her reward and loan was 26,000 pounds? He's out of his fucking mind. Danitz couldn't find the words to respond. Think about how fucking goated Klein is. He stopped an entire pirate attack without doing a fucking thing. bruh, Klein is so yeah, I know. He's like, oh, she's so strong. No, I know how much her bounty is. I'd beat her ass. Don't get it mistaken. Don't get me wrong. If I had to guess, the Rear Admiral is probably as strong as Klein is right now, so he would have a tough time. But like, you also have to remember that Rear Admiral is also not alone, unlike Klein, right? She has subordinates and stuff, so bro's tormenting him. Actually, cruel and unusual punishment. Captain, the Red Skull pirates have fled. They fled? Alan lifted his telescope and looked puzzlingly at the calm sea. He frowned, completely unable to understand such a development. From his point of view, just speed dial ASIC, literally. Just sequence. Yeah, no, I know. She's a sequence 6 or 5. Let's assume 6 even. But then Klein is also a 6, right? Hi, Moon. How you doing? I mean, Klein is a lot stronger because he has like a dearth of information and, you know, like spirit state and the card of blasphemy and this and that, but like he's still a sequence 6. From his point of view, the White Agate's armaments definitely weren't capable of scaring off the Red Skull pirates. It was guaranteed that both parties would have to circle around each other a few dozen times during the skirmish and fire multiple shots. Without daring to engage in a prolonged fight, they would rationally choose to retreat. Could it be that the Red Skull was just passing by and had no intention of plundering us? But if that wasn't the case, why would they enter this sea route? This is the easiest place to be stopped by the naval fleet and the church's ships. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals try their best to keep a low profile in this area. Being careful keeps one away from disaster. I mustn't be careless. Ellen put away his yellow-brown telescope and paced back and forth. I was talking about Klein? Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Vice Admiral. He half raised his hand and said to the navigator, "We shall dock at the Bainsea Harbor tonight. Report our encounter with the pirates to the Navy and Church." According to their usual plan, the next stop of the White Agate would be Tianaport, but it would take roughly 3 days to reach. From Tianaport, it would finally reach the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the City of Generosity, Byam. I have heard this name before, but I don't know. Byam. Generally, I hear Balam, but I remember this one time it was Byam, and I was like, is that a fucking spelling error? And you guys are like, no, that's its own place. And there was a faster way to sail from Pritz Harbor to Byam, which was to only stop once in the middle of the voyage, at Bainsea Harbor, about 120 nautical miles from Demir Harbor. Balam is a country, Byam is a port city. The Red Skull really left? Donna's father asked. Yes, Cleves replied. The danger has been averted. The danger has been averted, a sailor shouted from the outside. Are the Red Skull pirates that powerful? Donna's eyes widened. Very powerful, Cleves said. How powerful? Denton asked. On the other side, the bodyguard, Teague, straightened her hair and chuckled. Even if we don't include the cannons and hundreds of pirates on their ship, just Captain Johnson and the first mate Anderson are very powerful on their own. Anderson's nickname is One Eye. The bounty reward for him in the kingdom is 500 pounds. All of us in the room added together, with the help of a few sailors, might be able to beat him. As for Johnson, who's called Seawolf, he can easily finish such opponents. If he were to board the ship, no one would be able to stop him. His bounty is worth 900 pounds, nearly 1,400 pounds together. Klein would beat his ass. Is that a lot? Donna asked. In her memory, her father earned a total of 1,500 pounds a year. Jesus Christ, her father is rich. Because I think it's 300 to 500 pounds a year is middle class, or maybe 300 to 700 pounds a year is middle class. So he's double the upper range of a middle class person. Like, okay, so their father's rich. Not like richy rich, but like they're well off. A lot. This is a reward that they or their heads could directly be exchanged for. The items they have on them and the things they have plundered will belong to you. The kingdom will buy it at market price, and you will still have the chance to obtain the bounties from other countries, Cecile explained. On the sea, pirates with a bounty of more than 300 pounds are rather powerful, and those who are close or above 1,000 pounds, they'll be rather famous in the sea they plow. And I mean vast sea expanses like the Sonya Sea or the Fog Sea. I figured that was you as well, Dr. Z. I just, Seriously, you must have a lot of alts. Jesus. Okay. Therefore, the 4 kings and 7 admirals are considered strong throughout the 5 seas, Donna asked. Yes. In that case, the Red Skull pirates are very famous in the entire Sonya Sea? Yes. But then why did they flee? It might not have been them fleeing. Cecile didn't know the answer either. Cleves looked out the window again as he knitted his eyebrows. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they had no plans to plunder us at all, and they just came across us. Other reasons? Donna suddenly had a guess. Could it be Uncle Sparrow's tall as a house gentle messenger scared them away? Yeah, that's really scary. Very close, Donna. You're actually closer than anyone else on the ship. She turned her head excitedly and looked down to realize her brother's eyes were shining as well. The two of them pursed their lips and immediately realized their thoughts were the same. Let's go out and get some air, Donna found a reason to drag her brother out of the room. Outside, Denton said. Are we going to find Uncle Sparrow? Exactly. I saw him entering room 312. This is so cute. Calling the house gentle messenger. I know. But that's exactly this type of stuff a kid would do, right? A kid, despite what instinctively feels scary or not, will have so much reverence for like an adult they actually trust in. They'll just take them at their word. Like, there could be a really scary dog that barks all the time the kid's really scared of. But then if like the kid really trusts you and you tell them like, no, that dog is really sweet and very gentle, they will in their hearts believe that. Even if the dog still kind of scares them because they're barking. Like they'll be like, no, like he's a sweet dog. He's just like, he's just hungry or something. Like dogs are, kids are so pure-hearted. It's adorable. And then we become fucking monsters as we grow up. Blazing Danitz, who no longer mentioned the Vice Admiral Iceberg, looked at the Red Skull, which had turned around and hissed with laughter. They must have been frightened by the declaration of the Navy's cannons and the news that a pirate crew had been recently destroyed. They actually took the risk of raiding this sea route to gain enough money to leave the seas. So what if there are giant cannon ships? The Navy and churches have a lot of powerful things, but they've always existed. But never have they made it impossible for us to continue being pirates. We can't beat them head on, but we can always escape, right? They can't possibly stay with the merchant ships forever. Imagine bragging about your Uncle Sparrow. Actually, dude, imagine like someone tries to bully this girl. She's like, oh, I'm gonna call my uncle, and then out of nowhere you just see a fucking 4-meter tall skeleton pop out of the ground, and you're like, oh, I fucked up. I know, the warships are getting bigger and bigger. Once the steam engines are installed, it would also become stronger. One day, the speed will break through 18 knots, 20 knots, and once they're on your tail, one can only wait to be caught. But the sea is so big, tens of thousands of ships can't even fill a corner, even if they're all thrown in. There is a lot of unexplored areas at the sea. One can hide in those places after doing something. Although it's dangerous, there's still opportunity. Gehrman's gaze finally fell upon his leather suitcase. He raised his chin and said, wash the dirty clothes inside. Oh my god. This Vice Admiral subordinate is his fucking laundry woman. Oh, hold on. That's true, especially if the kids start. Yeah, that's how they get abducted. Jesus Christ, Kami, what the fuck? Yeah. Remember Pritz from Volume 1? Yeah, I remember that name. It was at this moment he knew he... Um, I was a kid who trusted someone easily, but then I remember my uncle scamming me. What the fuck? Made Dan. I mean, you're right, but that's also a wild thing to say. The expression on Danitz's face froze. He yearned to burn down the entire ship. He felt that his anger was like gushing steam that had lifted the gate of reason. Danitz opened his mouth and began to take a breath before repeating it again. His flushed face softened as he asked with a smile, "Is that all?" "Only the dirty ones. The coat just needs to be brushed." Klein was almost amused by the man's show of anger. He felt that this was what Danitz deserved for robbing the innocent. The clothes in his suitcase were the ones he changed out of last night after a shower. As he felt lazy, he only washed his underwear. Calm down. Calm down. After admonishing himself several times, Danitz walked over to Gehrman's suitcase, opened it, and took out the clothes that needed cleaning. Dude, I feel like Gehrman should walk into the pirate cove with Danitz, tell his mates this story, and they wouldn't even try to hurt Gehrman. They would just be like, "My fucking goat, dude. Let's go." Just as he was getting busy in the bathroom, he heard the doorbell jingle. Klein opened the door to find Donna and Denton. "Uncle Sparrow, I hope I didn't disturb you?" "No." Klein stepped aside. The two fellows entered the room and were surprised to see Danitz doing laundry. "Where are the servants?" Denton asked. "We didn't bring them along." Donna asked in apparent confusion, "But there are laundresses attached to the first class cabins. They charge by the barrel." Before she could finish, Danitz froze. He had been so angry that he forgot about it. He could have just paid someone to do it. That's so good. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. Oh god. Oh, that is so funny. Danitz shook the water from his hands, turned and forced a smile on Gehrman Sparrow. "Can I hire the laundresses for help?" Klein didn't insist on seeing the pirate make a fool of himself, so he smiled and said, "I only care about the results." This is so good. Klein didn't forget. I bet if he wanted to see him, Danitz would. This is so good, dude. Oh my god. This is gonna be my favorite volume so far for sure. This is so good. Their back and forth question and answer made Donna realize something was wrong. The young lady asked in suspicion, "Uncle, aren't you two friends? Why does he look different from before?" Klein found a chair and sat down, and said, To be exact, he's my prisoner of war." Prisoner of war? Denton looked around in a daze, not remembering when the two had a conflict. At first, Donna was puzzled, but then her heart skipped a beat. Is he a pirate?" "Yes," Klein nodded. "The Red Skull pirates were scared off by you, Uncle, weren't they?" "In a way." Having answered all of her questions, Donna felt abnormally pleased. She glanced at Danitz and unknowingly lowered her voice. "Uncle, does he have a name?" "No." "Does he have a bounty?" "No. I can't let anyone know what happened to me. I'm Sieg." Danitz opened his mouth in a bid to answer before Klein. At this moment, Klein also answered, "Danitz." "Danitz." Donna and Denton looked at him. He's so mean. He could have at least let him keep his reputation in front of the kids, but it was like, "Nah, fuck him, dude. Wash my clothes, you bitch." Um, um, the siblings didn't stay long and took their leave. They kept feeling that the pirate's eyes were fierce. When they returned to their room, they saw their father and Uncle Cleves. Donna interjected and asked a question. A lot of people were talking about a pirate just now. Someone mentioned Danitz. Is he powerful? Danitz. Blazing Danitz. He's the Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinate, the fourth boatswain of the Golden Dream. How much is his bounty? Donna asked. 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds? Donna and Denton opened their mouth, little by little, almost forgetting to close them. The captain of the Red Skull only has 900 pounds. But this man who looks like a servant is worth 3,000? The siblings looked at each other, unable to utter a word. At 6 p.m., the White Agate entered the harbor again. Bancy Harbor. Elend is very cautious. Danit stood by the window, looking out at the darkened harbor and the tall lighthouse. Without waiting for Klein's response, he laughed and said, "It seems like there's some nasty legends here." Whoa, so there might be like a King of the Sea here? Who would be a nasty legend to someone like him? By the way, quick question. So I'm gonna end at like 5:09. That was the original plan anyway, but now I'm realizing my family's going out and I don't really feel like going. So I can stream for a little bit longer if you guys are up for it. So is there anything cool that happens in the next couple of chapters that I should read till instead, or is 509 still good? I mean, if y'all are up for it, even if nothing happens, I can go for like another 3 chapters. I don't really care. Yeah, go some more chapters. Read till you bleed. Okay, that's not a good. I think you should avoid cliffhangers. I just can't remember where that cliffhanger will take place. Okay. Yeah. If in that case, we'll go like. I'm thinking off the top of my head. I'm thinking like 5:12 maybe. But I mean, it'll also depend, right? Like today's the first day that I'm actually genuinely feeling better, so I don't want to push too hard either. So we'll play it by ear. I still have, 4 chapters to read anyway. Klein already had a basic understanding of Danitz's character, so he didn't take the initiative to ask about the legends. He continued sitting in the chair. Danitz, who hadn't been interrupted, shook his head. Go until a natural conclusion? Okay, sure. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when the Lone Army first occupied this island, more than 500 soldiers mysteriously disappeared after a fog. Not long after, a lot of bones appeared by the beach on the sand, and a similar incident happened several times. This continued until the Church of Storm built a cathedral here and sent a bishop. Cliffhangers are an issue with animes because you have to wait a year or so. Novels are fine. True. That, and plus, especially because my reading pace is decent, let's say. Even if there's a cliffhanger, it's not like, oh, like I finished a cliffhanger, so now I need to wait a week before I get back to reading it or whatever. It's like, I need to go. I slept early too. I'm kind of losing. Okay, thanks for popping by, Dr. Z. Have a good night. Although historians accredited the official start of the colonial war to when Roselle sent a fleet to find a safe route to the southern continent, in reality, a long period of time before that, the countries of the northern continent had explored the surrounding seas and gradually colonized a few islands. Unless the book ends and you need to read the next part, which is not released yet. True. Disappearing mysteries in the fog. Bones appearing by the beach. Klein thought of the forsaken land of the gods for some baffling reason. According to Little Sun's description, there was no sun there, and only lightning and the night. Furthermore, when humans were surrounded by darkness without a sliver of light, they would encounter strange or terrifying events. I was thinking like maybe like a demoness of despair was there. Because the fog reminded me of the fog of Backland, but I guess it could be anything else. Well, I want to know what the... so that was a joke. Not even a joke. So the way her name is spelled, at first glance, it looks like it would be pronounced Charizard, which it obviously isn't. And so I asked her, I was like, hey, is this pronounced Charizard? And yeah, that was it. Looking at the lighthouse that stood out in the setting sun, Danitz continued, according to the tombs and murals excavated on the island, the natives here seem to have a tradition of cannibalism. What the fuck? Cannibalism? Oh, I guess they're all Beyonders then. Checkmate. This island experiences intense weather changes, making it often encounter earthquakes, storms, and heavy fog. Thus, the natives experience disasters from time to time. In order to survive, they began worshipping a god of weather they created for themselves. Every year they would hold 4 rituals, the rituals involving killing chosen worshippers as they shared in the blood and flesh before burying them. However, a similar tradition has long since been replaced by the storm's sacrificial ritual, and the official language of the natives has also disappeared. God of Weather, a conquered island that once retained the tradition of live sacrifice. Klein made a preliminary judgment. What is that, bro? You gotta tell me. Danitz retracted his gaze and said, because of these legends, there are 2 unique customs in the Bansi Harbor. One is to close the doors tightly at night before the heavy fog or huge changes in weather. And they don't head out or respond to any knocking. The other is that they love the blood of all kinds of animals. And have learned from migrating elves to add salt, solidifying the blood into strange clumps which are tender and fragrant when matched with the acrid condiments native to this island. Walls closing in at the end of this chapter when we get to the restaurant. Okay, sounds good, Kami. Thank you. Isn't that blood cake? Klein was stunned for a second. Elves. According to the stereotypes he had formed in his previous life, elves were supposed to be elegant vegetarians. How could they research the correct method for eating blood, as well as the 100 methods involved in making blood cakes? That's right. Rumor has it that elves like solidified blood. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find such creatures who have good culinary skills. Little Sun previously mentioned the ancient god of elves. Sonia Theorem wielded the authority of the storm. In that case, the elves should be a race equivalent to Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. So it's not inconceivable that elves enjoy blood-related food. Perhaps they even possess the artifact of being irritable as well. That'd be quite a scene to behold. Klein's thoughts raised as he gradually turned his attention to blood cakes. It's been a while since I ate that. He suddenly had the urge to alight from the ship and taste the delicacy. Danitz took the initiative to suggest, there's a green lemon restaurant here that's very famous. Pig blood is especially delicious. Do you want to test it out? He kept having the feeling that being alone in the same room as Gehrman was very dangerous. He was worried that the monster would suddenly go crazy. He should be more restrained in a place with people. Holy Lord of Storm. I hope this trip comes to an end as soon as possible. This guy's so scared. He's like, holy fuck, get me off of the ship. As a pirate, he also believed in the Lord of Storm, but he didn't have enough respect for the church. After hearing Blazing's suggestion, Klein, who already had such an intention, was moved. However, the legend and custom of Danitz had told him... the legend and custom Danitz had told him made him a little uncomfortable. Thus, he took out a gold coin and performed a divination. The result was that there was no dormant danger in Bainsea Harbor for him. Klein looked at the gold coin in his hand for a few seconds, but he still felt uneasy. As Danitz watched the scene, he suddenly understood that this monster in front of him was skilled in divination. Even if I were to flee, it would be easy for him to find me. He had just recovered from his disconsolate mood when Klein suddenly stood up, walked over to the washroom, and before closing the door, Klein expressionlessly turned his head and said, "You can use this opportunity to escape." He's like, "I'm begging you." Oh wait, you know what this reminds me of? Hold on. This is Klein. He's like, "Go ahead. Run. I'm fucking right to run." No. With that in mind, Klein slammed the washroom door shut. Danitz spread his hands open and clenched them tightly, taking 2 steps before the door before coming to a halt. The unknown was the scariest. He didn't dare take the risk of creating conflict before he had any understanding of Gehrman's powers. At least he's kind enough to talk to me and hasn't hurt me. Dude, this is some fucking what is that? What's that syndrome when you start actually liking your kidnapper? Fuck. Stockholm syndrome. This is literally Stockholm syndrome that he's going through right now. He's like, you know, like he hasn't, like he talks to me, like he doesn't talk much, but like at least he talks, and he hasn't really beat my ass yet. Maybe he'll let me go. You know, he's not so bad. In the washroom, Klein pulled out a paper figurine, disguised it, and went above the gray fog. He sat down at the end of the table and removed his pendulum from his left wrist and made a divination. There is danger dormant in Bainsea Harbor. He hung his spirit pendulum and adjusted the posture, muttering it a few times. As he opened his eyes, he saw the pendant rotating clockwise, with high amplitude and frequency. This meant there was great danger lurking in Bainsea Harbor. The first stage maybe, but late stages of Stockholm is... I agree. But even still is... even this is not great. He's like, you know, like he hasn't really beat my ass. I shouldn't really try. Like he's nice, you know. I only had to wash his pants. How could this be? This place was colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years and has become an important port on a main trading route. There have never been any rumor of dangers. Could it be that several powerful pirates are cooperating to sack this port? No. Those cannons defending the port aren't just for show. Klein performed another divination on whether he would encounter any pirate-related mishaps, but the answer was no. He felt silent for a few seconds, then allowed his spirituality to envelop himself before plummeting down. Returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button on the toilet, put away the paper figurine double, and went to the wash basin to wash his hands. In the short period of time, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and decided to do his best to hide. His priority was to stay safe. This is the first time the divination has been this bad. Is it? I thought it was this bad during the fight with the Rose School of Thought with Sharon too, no? I love our scammer god is now also a gaslighting god. Actually, dude, he's getting up there. This is some crazy shit. Pulling out a tissue and wiping his hands, Klein opened the door and saw Danitz was standing in the middle of the room. A pirate who's cautious to the point of being cowardly? To the first-class dining room, Klein looked at him and said, "All right." Danitz didn't understand why Gehrman suddenly changed his mind, but in the end, he chose not to raise any disputes. Walking down the gangway, Cleves suddenly said to Donna and the others, "Head to the Green Lemon restaurant first. I have some matters to do with Captain Elland. I'll join you soon." Yes, even when he divined Magos, things weren't this bad. Oh shit, really? Ugh. Spirit world is leaking. Something has to be going on. Gaslighting. That's crazy. Okay. Alright. Although Erdy Branch was surprised, he wasn't too puzzled. Cleves was halfway aboard the ship when he met Elland with his straight sword at his side. I'm gonna visit Gehrman Sparrow. Cleves turned for the first class cabins after saying that. Elland was dazed, unable to understand. "There's no need to inform me that you're visiting him." Elland was startled before he vaguely grasped the situation. "He's telling me so that if something happens to him, it would be because of Gehrman. And if nothing happens, it means that his suspicions were incorrect and there's no need to further disturb Gehrman." Elland stopped in his tracks and said to his first mate, "Wait 15 minutes. What the fuck do you think Gehrman did, bro?" Klein and Danitz, who were on their way out, heard the rhythmic knocking on the door. Danitz, who received the signal, hurried over and opened the door. Danitz, who received a signal. That means like Klein is laying on the bed. Danitz is like standing by. They hear a knock and Klein is like, "Go check it out, you dumb fuck." I love this. Klein, what has Klein become? It's been like 3 days since he changed his persona. It was Cleves outside. He looked at Danitz, who had disguised himself again, before turning to Klein and saying, "Blazing Danitz?" At lunchtime, he found Gehrman Sparrow's friend somewhat odd and familiar, but he hadn't connected the face to the picture on the bounty notice. It was only when Donna mentioned him that the inspiration struck. As expected, Klein was about to nod in answer when Danitz said with a laugh, "My friend, you have the wrong person. Although I look like the famous pirate, I'm not him. People always have these misunderstandings, bringing me a great deal of trouble." How do you like this version of Argo? This is my favorite. I'm not gonna lie, I was always kind of... Sherlock was fine. Don't get me wrong, I like really intellectual characters and stuff, but this is my goat, dude. Who needs intellect when you have pure, overwhelming, disgusting amounts of power? You just stand there and you're like, "Listen, I could outsmart you, because I'm smarter than you, but fuck it, we're just gonna beat your ass first, motherfucker. You ready? The Undertaker's in the room, motherfucker. What's up?" Klein raised his hand and covered his mouth. He almost laughed out loud and destroyed his persona. He restrained his expression and calmly replied, "Yes." My reputation then inside. Bro, let go of your reputation. If you walk out of here alive, this is great, okay? Without spoiling, the community is divided whether this one or another persona you haven't seen one is the best of Klein. Okay, dope. Okay, we will, okay, dope. That's awesome. Klein, overrated, we all know. Wait, username, you think this one is overrated or the other one? Sorry. What are the two of you planning? Cleves said. Klein jerked his chin towards Danitz and said, "Watching over him." Watching over? Cleves couldn't understand Gehrman's words. "Sir, you must learn to make associations by yourself. Learn to infer on your own. You can't have me explain in detail. That doesn't match my persona." Confronted by the doubtful look in Cleves' eye, Klein casually said, "He boarded in Demir Harbor. I recognized him. So I decided to watch over him to prevent any accidents." After looking at Klein for a few seconds, Cleves nodded and said, "Will you be fine? Do you need help?" "No." Cleves glanced over at the depressed Danitz and took a step back. "Then I'll take my leave." Wait, hold on. Klein dies in chapter 1095. Benson takes over the Great Fuck. Shut the fuck up, Kami. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Gehrman. He heard the mysterious young adventurer say solemnly, "Return to the ship as soon as possible. There is danger dormant in Banksea Harbor." Oh, that's sweet. He's actually trying to protect the kids. I doubt he gives a fuck about Cleves. He's just trying to help the kids. In the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna, who had just laid down her napkin, when she saw through the window that Uncle Cleves had arrived. At this moment, the weather in the port suddenly changed. Strong gales rose up from all directions, causing the trees to sway back and forth. As expected of Banksea Harbor, the Weather Museum, Donna studied. Music change? Oh, music change. Walls closing in. Yes. She saw a man in a black coat trudging through the wind with a lantern in hand. Seemingly sensing that he was being watched, the person turned his body sideways to look up at the second floor. Then Donna discerned his appearance and saw that the area where the person's head was supposed to be was empty inside the black cloak. There was only a bare neck with bright red blood spewing out of it. The person slunk back down, pulling at his cloak before continuing forward. The plot thickens! The chicken back at it again. Yes, sir. He got a break for like the past 20-ish chapters, and he's back. The chicken is roosting again. If she hadn't seen the mess, Donna jerked back, her pupils constricting, her mouth half open as she screamed. If she hadn't seen the messenger before, then she would have long lost control of herself and staggered to her feet in terror, unconcerned whether she could flip over the tables or chairs. Romero, beware of that chicken. Fortunately, she was no longer the young lady who was completely ignorant of the matters of the sea. When she first boarded the White Gate, her voice suddenly became sharper as she pointed outside the window and stammered, "There's a zombie! A headless zombie!" She used the most commonly seen zombie in folklore to describe the terrifying thing she had just seen. Cecile shot to her feet and rushed to Donna's side. She curiously looked out the window where the raging wind was blowing, and observed for a few seconds. "There's nothing," she said truthfully. Donna shrank back, mustered her courage, and cautiously leaned forward, only to see the trees outside swaying with random clutter flying everywhere. There was no pedestrian. There really was someone. He was wearing a black coat and he had no head. His neck was bleeding, Donna said while gesturing in an attempt to convince the adults in the room. Her father, Erdy Branch, propped himself up to the table and went to the window and looked out for a second. "Donna, you aren't allowed to read that." Donna, you aren't allowed to read that Fonz's horror story anthology anymore. But, Donna felt aggrieved as she wanted to defend herself. At this moment, Cleves came upstairs and asked, "What happened?" Donna said she saw a zombie. "A headless zombie," Teague explained. Cleves was silent for 2 seconds, then he nodded at Donna. "It's okay. This shall pass. The wind outside is very strong and dangerous. We'll leave when things calm down." In the eyes of Donna, Uncle Cleves' words indicated that he believed her and that had chosen the safest option. But in the eyes of Erdy and the others, this was merely a clumsy tactic to comfort a child. Seeing that Donna was still a little nervous and that her real employer wasn't too satisfied, Cleves pulled out a chair and sat down and said, "There's a strange tradition in Banksea Harbor. They don't leave the buildings or respond to any knocks when the weather turns stormy at night. If you open the door, will you be taken away by the zombies?" Denton asked. "You can think of it that way," Cleves said. "So that's how it is." Donna calmed down, believing that she would encounter that horrible zombie as long as she didn't leave the restaurant. It was only then that she noticed that the surrounding customers had all cast their gazes over due to the commotion. Being stared at by so many people, Donna felt uncomfortable from head to toe. She instinctively wanted to lower her head. "I didn't do anything. I really saw it." Donna obstinately straightened her neck and looked forward. She saw the gentlemen in tailcoats and the ladies in their beautiful dresses retract their gazes. She saw them lower their heads, pick up their spoons, and scoop the dark red blood blocks in their bowls. Their lips were stained with a tinge of red, their faces appeared pale under the light of the crystal chandelier, and the contrast between the two made Donna felt an inexplicable sense of fear. She turned her head back and waited for dinner, secretly praying to the goddess that the gale would cease as soon as possible. Oh, what the fuck was that? We only know of two pathways that can survive without a head. That's the prisoner pathway and the light suppliant. Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office. As soon as Ellen and his first mate finished sending the report to the Navy, they realized that the wind outside was howling and that the nearby doors and windows were rattling. "Really, the weather here is so unstable," Ellen said. His first mate, Harris, laughed out loud. Otherwise, how could they call themselves the Weather Museum? Light suppliant. Aren't they really, Isn't it that one? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Secret suppliant. That's what I was remembering. Sorry. Secret suppliant. Sorry. Yes, Romero, I am. Sorry. It's best if you don't head out. Legends say you lose your head because of that, the telegraph office's staff lady said. "I know, but I've tried a few times, and nothing happened." Without a care, Harris opened the door to leave. Ellen stopped him and thought for a moment. "Will it be okay to go to the cathedral next door? Your telegraph office will be closing, right?" "Nah, the zombie could still run." Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought, because I remember one of the guys that Klein was fighting with Sharon and Merrick, he ran around without his... Are you going to be within 50 chapters of Easy by the end of the stream? Where is Easy right now? I don't know where he is. I'll be close. I'll be caught up to him and probably beyond him by next week. Or by the end of next week. By next weekend, let's say. That was Wraith? Oh, sure, yeah. No! I'm telling you how they were introduced and read my comment. Oh, okay. Vampire pathway instead of prisoner. Prisoner weakness head. Vampire weakness heart. Okay, so the vampire pathway. Sure. No problem. The lady with the curly brown hair was still as slow as ever. Ellen nodded, opened the telegraph office's door, and trudged to the Storm Cathedral a dozen meters away, against the gust of winds. The first mate Harris, who was holding down his hat, followed the captain as if to express his desire to rush back to the White Gate. However, the moment he opened his mouth, strong gales gushed into his mouth, and his whole voice was miserably stuffed back into his mouth. That's such a physical description of such an immaterial thing. Like when you get hit with a strong wind that you're not expecting, or even when you're expecting, but like when you walk out of being hidden from wind and you walk into it, that moment of like getting the wind knocked out of you because like you find it hard to breathe, like that feeling. That's such a good way to put that feeling. Like it gushed into his mouth and his voice was stuffed back in. After croaking for a while, he wisely shut his mouth and continued making obvious unrealistic proposal and stopped making obvious unrealistic proposals. My fucking god. I might not make it a 512. I'm clearly can't read very well. It was still 15 minutes to 7, and even in the evening, the main doors of the Storm Cathedral were still open for congregation. The gale weakened significantly when it reached the area. At the very least, Ellen and Harris no longer had to worry about their hats abandoning them. The gale weakens when it enters the Lord of Storm's cathedral area. Is it's somehow Beyonder based? That's so interesting. Upon entering the cathedral, they walked down to the dark and solemn aisle. They stepped into the prayer hall and saw a man in dark blue priest robe sitting in the front pew. Quick throat coat tea. My tea is all finished. I have iced coffee now. Once the iced coffee runs out, I'll run down, make some more tea, and then once the tea runs out, that'll be the end of stream. We'll play it by that. Be the throat coat you are. Username, my goat. He was quietly gazing at the huge storm sacred emblem, made up by the symbols of the wind, waves, lightning on the altar. Ellen smiled as he moved closer, patting the familiar figure on the shoulder. Jace, where's your bishop? With that pat, the priest's head wobbled, then it fell forward with a loud thud. It fell to the ground, continuously rolling about. What? A priest in the cathedral died? This is the first time. This is the first time we've had an incident occur in a cathedral. I'll send you my $25 Chai Time gift card. Chai Time. I don't have one near me, dog. The closest one is near my school, and fuck it if I'm driving 40 minutes to get bubble tea. Fuck that. But I appreciate the thought, Devil. If you want to be so generous, consider joining the membership. Yeah. Good plug. Shameless plug. Called it. Ellen smiled as he moved closer, patting the figure on the shoulder. No, sorry. Blood gushed out of the priest's neck like a fountain, soaking Ellen's face. A cold and damp feeling reached his heart, and Ellen's eyes were blinded with a rich red color. All that was left in his line of sight was a world of blood, as well as a head that had finally stopped rolling and was staring upwards with its glazed eyes. At 7:15, Danitz and Klein, who came out of the first-class restaurant, noticed that the wind which had shaken the boat calmed down considerably. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein walked to the entrance of the cabin and asked the crew, who else isn't back? Other than the Branch family and the Timothy family at the Green Restaurant, all the other passengers have returned before the gale started. That place is quite far away, and it takes quite a long time to dine there. Oh right, the captain and the first mate went to the telegraph office, but they haven't returned either. Klein nodded indiscernibly and returned to room 312 in silence. He stood by the window looking at the waves that were stirred by the wind. Even without using the mysterious space above the grey fog to divine, his intuition made him vaguely sense that something bad was brewing and happening. After waiting another 5 minutes, he still didn't see Captain and Donna's family. Klein glanced sideways at Danitz, making the famous captain slouching in the reclining chair sit up. He went, "Hey, don't calm so much in my fucking presence, dipshit." Klein looked away and said nothing and went into the washroom, closed the door, took out a paper figurine, disguised himself, and went above the grey fog again. Before he had considered the potential dangers of Banseeb Harbor, but now, after the wind had picked up, he intended to confirm the level of danger. Banseeb Harbor is dangerous. He recited the statement. After repeating it over and over, he opened his eyes and saw that the pendant was rotating clockwise, but it wasn't at a fast frequency or a large amplitude. I think my throat infection is gone. Thank the true creator. Okay, Ramiro, really, you should be thanking me. You transferred your curse to me, so really, I took the brunt of it. You're welcome. But I'm really glad you're feeling better. He quickly thought of another possibility, one that was that the current danger wasn't equal to the dormant danger. Only by triggering something or investigating it thoroughly would the iceberg hidden beneath the sea appear. The dormant danger might have existed for 300 or 400 years, or perhaps even longer, and not because of my arrival. The current danger might even have nothing to do with the dormant danger. It's a pity that I don't have the necessary information to make a divination. After interpreting, Klein quickly returned to the real world, left the washroom, and found a chair to sit on. Aurora Order provides free healthcare. Yeah. They have a very well-rounded compensation package, really. He was silent, hesitant, and didn't move for a long time, which made Danitz feel strangely. Ever since Gehrman mentioned that there was danger lurking in the Banshee Harbor, this infamous pirate had been constantly worried. To be able to make this monster change his mind and avoid the danger, it must be terrifying. Why is my vacation so miserable? I'm plagued with bad luck. The atmosphere was so stifling that Danitz had to get up and pace back and forth. Oh my god, Ramiro, then you need to start going to the gym while popping them. You're gonna be so based soon. Sorry, dumb joke. Against all odds, I managed to attend the stream. Nagito! How's it going, man? It was then that the monster, Gehrman, suddenly stood up, buttoned his frock coat, and walked over to the coat rack. After taking his silk hat, Klein looked at the blazing and said without expression, "You're free." Huh? He suddenly understood what the monster was thinking of doing, and he blurted out in shock, "You want to save the captain and those people? You were the one who said it's dangerous outside." They cooperated with me. They kept a secret from me. He treated me to Murloc meat. He helped me pay compensation for White Shark's loss. How much was the compensation? Danitz asked. "A few soli," Klein replied, opened the door, and walked out. This man is out of his fucking mind. Be it his treatment to himself or others, he's a madman. Luckily, I'm a normal person. I'll stay in a safe place. Danitz retracted his gaze and thought in a mocking and amusing manner. Bro might have actually had misfortune from a Night Watcher. Oh, true. I know. Like, this guy has such bad luck, dude. Actually, like, he gets on a random ship disguised. Who's the first person he sees? Gehrman. Cooked. Alright, thanks for popping by, username. Have a great rest of your night, buddy. Go to sleep on time today. Just as this thought came to him, the wind howled again, rattling the windows and causing the candles in the room to flicker. Looking at this dark and turbulent scene, Danitz thought of a problem. The ship is anchored at the harbor, which is also part of Banshee Harbor. It's not safe here either. It could also be dangerous. If I were to stay here, then I might as well follow that monster. At least he's strong. He ran out of... Dude, tell me this is not Stockholm Syndrome. His kidnapper left him and said, "You're free." And he was like, "No, I must be with my kidnapper. He's the GOAT." Tell me this is not Stockholm Syndrome. Fucking tell me, you liars. Klein turned his head to glance at him, although he didn't say anything. His puzzlement was very evident. Danitz hurriedly laughed. If I were to choose to retreat in the face of such trivial risks, I'd be mocked by all the pirates of the sea. An excuse. Without exposing him, Klein borrowed a lantern from the crew. Carrying the dim yellow lantern and holding his hard wooden cane, he walked alongside the boat and entered the dim port in his black suit. As Danitz lamented, he closely followed beside him. 508, my fucking GOAT, dude. By the way, this reminds me, okay, now that my sleep schedule is back, I need to start posting regular videos again too. I've been slacking on that front. Lord of the Mysteries has literally taken up all of my free time. It's crazy. I need to start making videos again. I don't actually know what to make videos about now, though. Okay. Unlike mainland cities such as Backland, Tingen, and Pritz Harbor, colonial islands such as the Banshee Harbor lacked gas. The lamps lining the two sides of the street were sparse, and they had candles caged in glass, waiting to be lit. Unfortunately, the winds had picked up so early, so no one went out in the evening. The candles didn't shine at the predetermined time, and the road was pitch black. The faint outline of the crimson moon shone through the clouds. T-Bait the anime? Don't even joke about that. Compared to before, the wind was much calmer. At the very least, Klein didn't need to be distracted by keeping his hat on. The thin fog gradually pervaded the air, and the doors and windows of the mainly two-store houses were shut tightly. It was pitch black and devoid of any light, as though no one had lived in the area for a long time. With a yellow lantern in one hand and a hard wooden cane in the other, Klein walked quickly down the quiet street in the direction of the Green Lemon restaurant, which Blazing had pointed out. Make some To Be Hero X videos and eSoul arc. It's pretty self-contained. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Okay, dope. I mean, they'll be prepped for all the donghua. This is true. I'll be easily done Volume 3 by the time the donghua comes out. So that's definitely good, and I plan to make a lot of videos when that comes out. And even still more when I actually finish the series. I told Ramiro my one of my best ideas for video for Lord of the Mysteries currently. Do you guys want to hear the idea? Amidst the fog, the wind began to swirl as Klein felt a baffling chill. He lifted his right hand, which held the cane, and propped up the collar of his double-breasted frock coat, completely covering his neck. So the idea was the title of the video would be The Greatest Beyonder of All Time. And in the in the thumbnail is Roseago. And then oh god. I thought that was gonna do bits, dude. I found that so funny. Fuck. It was at this moment that a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the scene, a black shadow the size of a watermelon appeared from the fog and lunged for his ear. Without thinking, Klein swung his arm and forearm and struck out with a cane. Did anyone even make Roseago's fan art? This is the problem. You should really take advantage of the donghua and make some beginner-friendly vids that are going to help introduce people to the new concept like pathways and stuff. Yeah, no, that's fair. There's definitely something. So I was thinking like there would, I don't want to give away all my secrets here, but I was thinking like there would be like, what are the 7 gods? What are the like primary 7 gods? Because that's like a lot to take in when that first happens. Another might be like who are the Nighthawks, going kind of more specifically into each of the Nighthawks, because to be honest, right up until the end of Volume 1, even I was still I was like, who the fuck is like Fry and like what pathways? Like I forget that stuff, right? So like I thought that would be really handy as well. And then obviously like bigger videos on each individual main characters, like maybe Dunn, Old Neil, Klein, obviously, Leonard, Madam Daly, probably. Is Roselle gay for sleeping with a demoness? I don't know. Season 1 should be covering Volume 1, so it should, yeah, so that'd be good. Okay. Just as the black shadow came close, it was struck head-on and sent flying a long distance. With the help of the lantern's light, Klein finally recognized the thing that attacked him. It was a head that lost its body, a head that had its esophagus hanging down. The head floated in mid-air, and its face resembled a dried cheese with mildew all over it. There was a yellowish-green liquid flowing down as its skin was outlined. There was a yellowish-green liquid flowing down its skin as it outlined the face's contour. There were only 2 black holes left where its nose was supposed to be. Its bulging eyes were mostly white without much black. Its lips were mostly rotten, revealing the sharpened teeth with mixed blood. Dog shit. Blazing silently cursed as he saw the scene, his heart trembling. Even though he had embarked on many treasure hunts and fought many monsters, such a disgusting and horrifying thing was still rare. The Rosigo video will definitely do numbers on... Exactly, it's going to do bits in time. Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, Loretta, Seekatron, Royale, like those are, like, such... I'm not going to say small characters. Like, they get brought up a lot in the first volume, but, like, we hear about them so little. Like, sorry, their introduction is so short, and we spend so little time with them relative, except for, like, the one mission where they do pop up, and you're like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. So, like, I would have thought that was handy. Like, those would be videos that I would love to watch, right? Or I would have loved to watch when I was reading Volume 1. So, like, I always try to go at it from the viewpoint of, like, isn't Sika the one with the big ass? I don't know. I always try to go at it from the viewpoint of, like, I try to make videos that I would have liked to see. That was the main reason I even created this channel. I had I couldn't tell you what the idea was because this was like 7 years ago, but there was an idea I had and for a video, and I was like, oh, this would be really cool. But I never considered that I could just make it myself. So instead, I sent it as like a DM or something. I don't know how it to one of the anime YouTubers I used to watch at the time. And then like 6 months later, he made that video with that same title, like word for word. And then I saw it like a year after it was posted, and it was at like 350,000 views or something. And then I sat there and I was like, dude, you should have done it yourself. Like, it wouldn't have obviously done that many numbers because it was a big, I can't remember who it was. But I was like, dude, you should have done that yourself. And so that's what made me start my channel. At some point in time, a classic revolver appeared in his hand, and he was about to fire with his elbow held down. At this moment, a pure ray of light descended from the sky, landing on the somewhat stiff head. A blood-curdling screech rang out, and the shriveled and hideous head was quickly vaporized. Before dissolving into ashes, it didn't leave a single trace behind. How weak, Danitz subconsciously commented. Is this monster from the Sun Pathway? He doesn't look like it. He likely relied on some sort of mystical item. I didn't even realize it till now. But Gehrman had already discovered and attacked the enemy. He sure is strong. Just as his thoughts were settling down, he saw a similar head fly out from the fog to his side from the corner of his eye. It was trying to bite his neck. Praise the sun indeed. Danitz calmly pulled the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit the head covered in mold, shattering the head's glabella as it fell backwards and stopped in midair. After 3 days of torture? Why did you not have coffee the past few days? I don't even know if there's 10 Nighthawk members in that, in the Tingen branch. So, like, who am I even making this video off of? Bro, my messages get hidden due to swearing. That's interesting. They shouldn't, Kami. He stole my whole fucking flow bar for bar. Yeah, exactly. No, they shouldn't get hidden. I do, like, moderation is on, but, like, I have it to light moderation, so unless you're saying some wild shit, they shouldn't be hidden. Are there 10? Oh, the civilian staff, I guess, if you include those. Doesn't show up on the stream? Interesting. Ice? Okay. Soon after, a crimson ball quickly expanded from Danitz's empty left palm, and a fiery light began to swirl. He leaned forward and dragged his arm before throwing the fireball, causing it to crash onto the stiff head. There's been a couple of comments that haven't been spoilers that didn't show up. Flames soared up as the head burned red. The skin on the head quickly charred, emitting a sizzling sound. However, it lunged forward with its mouth wide open, ready to bite Danitz's neck as though it wasn't affected. This turn of events was somewhat out of Danitz's expectations. He nearly failed to dodge in time, but hurriedly rolled forward, barely dodging fatal strikes. Till now, which interaction is funnier, Gehrman and Danitz or Sherlock and Emlyn? I'm probably gonna have to say Gehrman and Danitz. Fuck, doesn't show up on stream with the U? Oh, interesting, you're right, it doesn't. Ah. Gotta pull the Aussie accent. Fucking hell, my, yeah. A scarlet color appeared on his left palm once again, but the flame didn't expand in size. This time, it shrank, layer by layer. What the fuck is with this? What the fuck is happening with this fireball in his hand? What is this? Yeah, Nightwalkers appeared. What is wrong with you guys? Mods are immune. Okay, hold on. Okay, Nightwalker. Try it again, Nightwalker. This turn, the fireball was controlled by his spirituality. It drew an arc in the air and accurately threw into the mouth of the shriveled head. Boom. The fiery light flashed, and the explosion splintered the flying head from the inside out. Countless pieces of it. Along with the blood splashed everywhere. I finally finished it. Danitz rolled to his feet and breathed a sigh of relief. Not showing. Whoa, interesting. The plot thickens. Okay, so mods are immune. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I keep telling you guys to type fuck. It's probably not great, but okay, someone do it one last time, okay? I adjusted some stuff. I'm wondering if that should do it. Okay. Only then did he realize that this monster, which was the head, wasn't easy to deal with, yet Gehrman had killed one with such ease. It's mainly because the Beyonder powers in the Sun domain restrains such things, Danitz added. Danitz added scornfully in his heart. Still hidden. That's so weird. Okay, I guess. Okay, never mind. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I can change that then. I mean, I will... Someone test this on Easy Stream and see if he has the same thing or not. No, I can't see it either, Ramiro. It's the same on Easy's? Okay. So it's got to be some kind of auto moderation thingamajig happening. Okay, cool. I'll see if I can figure it out because I want. I mean, for research purposes, you must test other. Shut the fuck up. As he thought of this, he turned his head to the side and realized that Gehrman hadn't waited for him. With his cane and lantern, he was jogging into the distance, his black coat fluttering behind him. Dog shit! Wait for me! Wait! Danitz's pupils contracted as he widened his pace to chase after the man. He didn't dare stay in the fog and dim surroundings by himself. Yeah, mods can see every message to stop people trying multiple times to swear. Like idiots typing the N-word one letter at a time. Oh, I see. Okay. You're generally very tame with cusses. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been streaming for 500 chapters and I only realized this now, given the stream has evolved a lot in during this time, so you know. Yeah. I'm looking at the CSS generator and I don't see any 75 streams and only now realize Yeah, it's got to be some like crazy amount of streams. I don't actually know how many. Inside the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna looked at the white porcelain bowl in front of her and the dark red blood cakes in it. She thought of the strange horror she felt when she saw the customers eating just now, as well as the blood oozing out of the headless, cloaked man's neck. What do you think Danitz's pathway is now? He's got some fire stuff, so that's definitely not Sailor. I'm gonna assume he's a sequence 9. Probably, maybe an 8? Maybe? But, like, that feels too high for what he is. It's definitely not this pathway because he says it's strong. Definitely not that one. Doesn't feel like a gladiator. If he is a gladiator, he's not doing the acting method very well. No. Let's see if fire doesn't pop up anymore. Never mind, dog. He's 3,000 pounds and is relatively famous. Yeah, but even still, I don't think he's a 7. You can vibe match all pathways. What sequence is worth 3,000 pounds? I would guess a 8. I don't think a 7. I'm gonna say I don't think he's a 7. Obviously not this. Obviously not this. Mystery Prior. If he's a 7 and he's a warlock, that would explain the fire spells, I guess. He could have just ascended to 7. Possible. Okay. Possible option here. No. 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 Too dumb. No. Impotent spells? The spell that he used was pretty impotent. Possible. But he doesn't seem... But he also seems too dumb to be an astrologer, so I doubt it. He could be off the Marauder pathway. Pirate would be a pretty good swindler by acting, so maybe. Doesn't seem like monster either. No, 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 no. Definitely not lawyer. Pyromaniac? Oh, Pyromaniac. Pyromaniac is good. We'll go with Hunter. Pyromaniac is good. That sounds good. We'll go with that one. Divination time! Yay! Although if he is a hunter, I will say he is really the hunted at this very moment. He's not doing a very good acting job. Coin flip. Is Danitz off the hunter pathway? I lost everything. I lost it. I have nothing and no one. Holy fuck. Oh, come on. Oh, that is so cooked. I lost everything. Okay. Not of that pathway, not of that one for sure, not of the detective pathway, too dumb for that. The paycheck to paycheck gambling. No, because Ramiro, you don't understand. I get a paycheck, gamble it, I sometimes lose it. If I lose it, then it's over anyway. If I win, then I put everything on the next gamble anyway. No matter what it is, it's always a pay-to-paycheck gambling. I had $7,000 because I got $3,000 my last paycheck, doubled it, and then bet all of it because I'm out of my fucking mind. $99% of gambling. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Thank you, Kami. See, eventually, if I bet enough, I have to go on a 25 winning streak where I just keep doubling it every time, and I'm worth $50 billion by the time I'm done, you know? I'm going to stop exactly at 25, though. I'm not going to go for 26. That's greedy. Donna looked at the bowl in front of her. She thought of the strange horror she had seen, as well as the blood oozing out of the headless man's neck. Her throat moved as though she almost vomited. Donna decided to give up the delicacy, as even the fragrance had already seeped into her nose. She ate some salad and mashed potatoes without much thought and waited for the wind to die down. She felt the clock on the wall moving so slowly. You can only lose 100, but you can win 2,000. Exact. Dude, Kami's the fucking man. What the fuck? Time passed by the second. The customers at the table paid their bill and left the second floor. The second floor became quieter and quieter and emptier. Donna felt the sound of the feet on the wooden steps as they descended were frustrating. Finally, she noticed that the trees outside were no longer swaying, and that the ground was littered with all sorts of junk. The wind has stopped, Donna said. Her father, an import and export merchant, Erdy Branch, pinched his forehead and growled, "Where are your table manners, Donna?" But just as Donna was about to argue, Cleves raised his palm and pressed it down. "It's 7:40. We're almost done with dinner. Let's head back as soon as possible. There's a lot of nasty legends about the nights in the Bansi harbor." Every merchant who depended on the sea for a living was more or less superstitious, especially when it came to legends of natives. Therefore, Erdy fell silent and agreed with Cleves' suggestion. Or you get 50 billion in debt. You don't go to debt to gamble, Nagato. That's why I'm gambling paycheck to paycheck. I'm not gambling payday loan to payday loan. I'm not stupid. Think about it. He quickly footed the bill and led his family and bodyguards to the first floor. Cleves was about to open the door to find his way when a creaking sound came from a nearby room. A figure walked out, glanced at them and said, it's fogged up. It's best not to go out." The figure wore a black tailcoat without a hat. There were a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His face was fleshy and almost circular. What are you trying to convey, Mr. Fox?" Cleves recognized him to be the owner of the restaurant. "I can never go negative, only to zero for a few months?" Exactly. Or in my case, because I'm gambling with fictitious money and hourly paychecks, for an hour. Fox said without much of an expression, "In Bansi, during the nights when the fog and weather change drastically, it's best not to go out or respond to any knocking. Otherwise, one might encounter bad things." "But people have already left ahead of us." Fox pointed to the room on the first floor. They chose to stay. As soon as Fox's voice fell, the door to the various rooms opened, either softly or heavily, and the ladies and gentlemen from before quietly watched Donna and her family. "Perhaps we should respect the customs here," Erdy said in deliberation. "Staying a night here won't affect the boarding of the ship." According to the experience Cleves was equipped with, he should have followed Fox's advice and stayed at the Green Lemon restaurant. But he remembered Gehrman's reminder. It was a reminder of a powerful adventurer who was watching Blazing Danets. Bro, the property value of Bansi must be fucking pennies, because, yeah, exactly, actually. Like, the man got fucked. Yeah, like, this man bought this place in his 20s, and they were like, "Listen, the property value can only appreciate. You're right by the beach. It's a good, it's a big, you're right on a big fucking sea route where a lot of people go. Like, you know, the property values can only go up." And it just sinks like a rock to the point where he can't sell this because he would be selling it for $0. Still a reminder, 2,000% of a dollar is $20. True. But who's betting $1, Nagato? I think the first time you mentioned gambling is like 1,000. I think you were being serious and we're thinking like, damn, those Canadian banks must have paid like mad. No. Banks as a general principle anywhere in the world don't pay very well because banks have a lot of job security. So that's the trade-off you make. You almost certainly can't be fired unless you do some real fucked shit, but you don't get paid a lot. Before he finished his sentence, knocking came from the outside door, and a series of screams could be heard from afar. There's knocking. Don't respond, Fox said. Erdy's heart palpitated as he was about to choose to stay the night. Donna looked at the gentleman and lady standing in their doorway, and she felt the gazes looked abnormally weird. No, we have to return, the young lady stressed, almost screaming. Cleves could also feel the indescribable pleasure and coldness that seeped through pressure and coldness that seeped through his bones. He once again felt stressed. If there are any problems, then it'll be more dangerous staying here. There are cannons on the ship, as well as sailors with guns and sabers. This reason convinced Erdy, who was motivated for Cleves to open the door. Cleves waited for the knocking to subside. Then with one hand holding a gun, he pulled open the door. The wind howling had quieted down, and the darkness was deep amidst the spreading fog. It was as if there were many monsters hidden within. Donna held her younger brother Denton, and hiding behind Cecile, she left the restaurant one step at a time. The door to the restaurant suddenly closed, preventing them from returning. At this moment, they were like ships stranded in a storm, as though they were the only ones left in this world. With lanterns in hand, Cleves walked in front while he suddenly saw something fly over and crash into the ground, rolling a few times. Donna and the others subconsciously looked over and immediately let out cries of terror. It was a shriveled, rotting head. Then they saw light from the sky, and the disgusting head melted into nothingness. This. Erdy and the others swallowed hard, their bodies trembling. At that moment, they saw a faint yellow light appearing. It was a figure holding a lantern, wearing a half-top hat and a double-breasted coat. The lines on his face were distinct, and there was obvious sharpness in the coldness. "Uncle Sparrow!" Donna and Denton cried out. They felt their hearts settle. Klein tossed the lantern to Danitz beside him, as he walked over with his cane in hand, before calmly saying to Cleves and the others, as if it was nothing, "Let's go to the telegraph office first." "What about the Timothys?" "Timothys? They're still in the restaurant," Erdy subconsciously replied. Then he then pointed to the area where the moldy head had been purified and asked, "What was that just now?" Maintaining Gehrman's persona, Klein didn't answer. He glanced at Danitz before directly walking past Donna's family. He said, "I don't answer to you, bitch." I have not seen any of Magnus Archive. Someone did mention them to me, but I'm not big on horror stuff. You don't have to worry about what that was now. Just know that it's a monster that will harm you. If Gehrman wasn't only a few meters away, he wanted to proclaim, "Only I, Lord Blazing Danitz, can protect you." Cleves exchanged glances with Cecile and Teague before taking the initiative to step forward. He comforted his employer and said, "Leave your questions to when we get back to the White Gate." Yeah, it might have been you, Romero. Someone mentioned them. I don't do horror stuff, so. Frankly speaking, the three bodyguards had all been adventurers for varying periods of time. However, their understanding of the monsters was still stuck at the level of folklore. They still found it surreal, as though they were in a dream. However, since they had seen creatures like Murlocs before, it wasn't hard to accept other things. At most, they were a little weirder and uglier than Murlocs. When they thought of this, their hearts calmed significantly, and the guns in their hands seemed to regain their strength. However, the pure light that descended from the sky still exceeded the scope of their understanding. They only felt that their worldview, outlook on life, and values they had long held had begun to waver. All they could do was temporarily ignore it, suppressing all their emotions to the bottom of their heart. Till now, which is the best Klein persona? This one, Gehrman, for sure. I love this. This Klein who sees there's danger, sees there's significant danger, and logically it makes no sense for him to for him to go out, and still decided, nah, mama ain't raised no bitch, and walks out. My go. This guy, immediately. Klein stopped at the door of the Green Lemon restaurant, raised his hand and tapped it with his fingers. After knocking it 3 times, no one answered. If not for the candlelight shining through the windows and the cracks in the door, Klein would have thought it was an empty building. He knocked 3 more times. Within the restaurant, the silence continued. Everyone seemed to be abiding by the custom of not responding to any knocking in the foggy weather. Which pathway do you think will counter most of the pathways? Man, if it wasn't for Klein, the strongest person here might be Danitz. Really shows how fucked the world... Yeah, exactly, right? And Danitz is so scared. He was on the ship, and he was like, oh, I have to stay by Klein. Like, what a bitch. What pathway do I think would counter most of the others? The answer in my mind seems to be Seer, because Klein seems to be beating everyone's ass, no? But it could also be one of the sequences that is like separate. So like maybe Reader or Spectator, because they also seem to be like hold on. Like this is from my days when I used to play Bleach Brave Souls. So I mean, the thing is, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But, so let's say there's light, okay? Light, or light attribute, and then there's dark, okay? Light and dark both have a multiplicative effect on each other. They both do 50% added damage to each other, okay? But light and dark are different from each other. But light and dark are different from everything else. So, like, water might be here. Water is stronger than fire. Fire is stronger than... What would fire be stronger than? I don't know. Let's say wood. Wood is not a great one because it's not one of the pathways. But like wood might be strong to lightning because it's a conductor. Whatever. Lightning would be strong to water, right? But these two... but these 4 are separate from these 2. They just exist in and of itself and thing. So like if a light was to attack a wood or a wood was to attack a dark, there's no multiplicative effect. There's no 50% added damage like there is with these guys. Sort of like a wood could attack a fire and it kind of does. There's no added damage. It's just base damage, right? So Spectator and Reader in that sense to me seem to be like on the outside. They don't seem to really neatly fit in here. Secret Suppliant could also be one. Maybe, but they're also out of their fucking minds. Shepherd could graze the sun pathway and get all... Yeah, exactly. Like any of the pathways that could theoretically so there's 3 pathways that can copy the power of other pathways. Those ones, as I've already said, are already busted. That is a fucked ability that I don't like, okay? Well, there's 2 elements that do separate... Yeah, exactly, FQ. So I would venture to say probably Spectator and Reader are the ones that come to mind. Because those 2 seem to stand like in a universe of their own. They don't seem to neatly overlap with anything else. I guess Apothecary in the same sense. Klein retracted his right hand and patted the hem of his right-breasted frock coat. Suddenly, he leaned back, lifted his knees, and kicked the door. With a bang, the door suddenly flew wide open, and all the nails that had fixed the copper lock popped out. Wearing a tailcoat, Fox, with his pudgy, nearly round face, stood up, and the ladies and gentlemen who had chosen to stay the night all opened the door one by one, and stood quietly at the door. "What do you want?" Fox didn't flare up. His tone had been the same as before, but he had a revolver in his hand. With his spirit vision activated, Klein turned his head and looked around. He didn't find any traces of evil on the humans present. And Planter, maybe. Secret Subplane also has crazy survivability. True, but my response to survivability has always been, I don't need survivability if I never get hit. I also don't need regen for the same reason. His gaze landed on the boss of the family. His gaze turned heavy and he said, "Where's the family?" Fox repressed his emotions as though a storm had been brewing in his dark brown eyes as he looked at the man. Finally, unnaturally, he turned his head and said, "There's another table, foreigners, upstairs." "Get them to come down," Klein ordered. He took a deep breath and sent a waiter upstairs, leading the Timothy family down the stairs. What happened? Timothy was a man of more than 30 years of age. He was on a vacation with his newly wedded wife. Klein lowered his gun and flatly said, "Something unexpected happened in Bancy Harbor. Are you coming back with me to the ship or staying here?" Something unexpected? Timothy ruminated over the words. He saw Erdy Branch outside nodding at him solemnly. He knew that the other party was a rich import and export merchant who had 3 bodyguards. He believed if there was any unexpected circumstances, it would be safe to stay with them, so the answer was obvious. He held his wife's hand and walked towards the door and said, "All our things are on the ship. Of course we'll stick with you." "Thank you." He and his wife expressed their gratitude in unison, walked past Klein, and joined the Branch family outside. Klein withdrew his revolver, politely bowed at Fox, and said, "Excuse us." Dude, Klein is such a dick. All these people could die now. They don't have a door anymore. Klein said, "Listen, I'm saving the rich people from the cruise. All of you poor people who live here, good luck. Not my problem. Skedaddle." Wait, I didn't notice? Did I not notice something? They can fix the door? The fucking door popped out, bro. Oh, keep reading? Okay. With that, he turned around and walked towards Cleves and company, and who were illuminated by the light leaking out from the restaurant. With a thud, the door of the Green Lemon restaurant closed again. Oh, never mind. I guess he can just close it again. I thought he broke the door down. Never mind. Klein had actually noticed an unusual atmosphere just now, but since his spirit vision failed to obtain anything, he didn't wish to investigate too deeply, lest he ignite the huge danger lurking in the Bancy's harbor. Oh, he broke the lock, not the door? Oh, okay. He turned to Danitz's side and did a head count with the light of lantern. Donna's family of 4, their 3 bodyguards, the Timothy couple, and several servants are all present. Klein switched the hands in which he held his revolver and cane. He lifted his gun-wielding hand, slipped it into the double-breasted frock coat, and rubbed the sun brooch. With a flash of dark golden light, an invisible force quickly spread out, flooding everyone present. Instantly, Donna and the others felt like they had arrived in the south, as if they were bathing in warm sunlight that dispersed the cold within their body. They were no longer nervous or worried, as if they had found their courage again. The remnant black colors obtained from the special cured meat from Demir Harbor quickly disappeared, along with the remnant minute amounts of wicked feelings. Oh, the meat, even the meat disappeared. The black colors. Oh, interesting. Instant heal pack, true. Sun Halo was able to enhance the courage of one's companions within 20-meter radius and purify any evil forces. With the help of the brooch, and while under the control of Klein's spirituality and psyche, he could use the power of the sun to bypass any targets he didn't wish to help. "Let's head to the telegraph office first," Klein repeated. Danitz and the others followed his direction, walking diagonally to the side. Cleves, Cecile, and Teague very professionally took charge of the security of the other flanks. With a party of more than 15 people, it's easy for us to suffer losses once we're attacked. Moreover, only Blazing can truly be considered a helper. What do I do? Thinking back to the monster he encountered, Klein suddenly slipped his revolver back into his holster and handed the cane to his right palm. He reached into his pocket with his left hand and removed a wall of spirituality around the iron cigar case. He took out Azek's copper whistle and held it in his hand, occasionally tossing it up. Remind me of a joke. If you have a nightmare, Nighthawks will go to your sleep and fix it. But if you stream in a storm, the Punishers will knock on your door in the middle of the night and say, "Lord is with you." Sunbroach is second. Yeah, Sunbroach is based as fuck. I don't know. He believed that such an action would divert the attention of the undead monsters, which only had one head left, from the others, leaving the copper whistle as the only thing in their eyes. If someone knows where Nightwalker lives, can you please call an ambulance? He's clearly having a stroke. This way, I won't have to worry about them. I won't have to worry about rescuing them in time. That's the effect of MT Mushoku Tensei. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. At this moment, three shriveled heads covered in mold flew out of the thin fog in front of them. They charged towards Klein and changed direction like arrows, completely ignoring the existence of the other delicious meats. 3. Danitz's pupils contracted. Main tank. Oh, I see. Danitz's pupils contracted a little, worried that Gearman would end up flustered, but he also looked forward to seeing his true strength. 3. Klein calmly shook his left hand and threw Azek's copper whistle into the air. The heads with the esophagus hanging down drew an arc and went for their primary target. Klein took a step back and, without any expression, raised his hand and squeezed the sunbrooch. All of a sudden, the dense golden flames were produced where the copper whistle was, as a holy aura was emanated. Fire of light! The three skinny heads let out a miserable shriek at the same time, turning into dust under the golden light. Klein took 2 steps forward and caught Azek's whistle. That actually works? Another item? Danitz froze for 2 seconds, flabbergasted at how easily the assault had been resolved. Does Indian ambulance cost as much as American ones, Nightwalker? There's no shot. Do you guys know how much an ambulance costs in the States? Like, if that was the case by some fucked up way, Romero, no one in India except for, like, I don't know, I want to say like the richest million people could afford an ambulance. Maybe million is too. Yeah, it's like $2,000. I don't know what that converts into in Indian rupees. 2,000 USD to INR. Oh, fuck me. Look at this number. Look at this. 171,000. Can be like 7K if you're in the city. Yeah, yeah, I was going with a conservative estimate. Bro. Anyways, do Sri Lanka, it'll like triple. 2,000 USD to Sri Lankan rupees. Oh my god, you weren't kidding. He's not kidding. What the fuck? 600,000 Sri Lankan rupees. Egyptian pounds? Okay, this is what we're doing for the rest of the stream now. Oh, 100,000. Okay, so it's similar to the Indian rupees. But in fairness, the Egyptian pound is doing really well for some reason. I don't know why. Why is the Egyptian pound doing so well in the past month? Did you guys have some great economic thing happen? What the fuck? Okay, sorry. Okay. We're going to be stuck doing this with every currency in the world if we just... Look at the oh god. That one dip cooked us. That is crazy. Sorry, I said I'd stop, but look at this! Mother of God. Okay. At that moment, Timothy and his wife were also clearly saw what was happening. And what was attacking them. One of them turned pale from fright, while the other was flustered and asked, "What was that?" Donna immediately turned around and nodded seriously. "Leave your questions to after we get back to the ship." With that, she put her fingers to her lips, mimicking Uncle Sparrow's meaning of silence. I love that. No, Romero, in your currency, what does that cost? Remembering the holy aura displayed by the young man in front, Timothy swallowed hard and pulled at his wife's hand. He fell silent while remaining alert, and his servants had no choice but to obey upon seeing this. The group continued on through the moonlit streets. The lights of the houses on either side of the streets were extinguished, leaving only darkness behind the oriel windows. Donna felt as if his pair of eyes were following her and the others, but for some reason no one showed up. They must all be afraid of Uncle Sparrow, she thought. Like 600? Whoa! Suddenly, a figure appeared at the side of the street. He wore a black coat and leaned forward, revealing a neck that was still bleeding. There was nothing above the neck, and the interior of the cloak reflecting the moonlight. The headless figure let out a beast-like growl that sounded like gasping as it rushed at Klein, stomping on the street to prove, stomping on the ground to the point that the ground shook. Like a really fucking good fish bun is like 100. A spotted pass just happened to be in Danitz's path. The piece of the infamous pirate cursing and flung an orange-yellow fireball, which had been repeatedly compressed from his hand. The fireball exploded, causing the headless man to retreat several steps. His clothes were tattered and his skin quickly charred as his cloak was on fire. However, to the monster that had already lost their life, that wasn't a serious injury. In that instant, with a crisp crack, the scarlet flame on the black cloak suddenly soared into the sky as though it was blooming. No, he's a pyromaniac for sure, dude. Klein and his coat jumped out of the flames, borrowing the momentum from his fall and his own strength to stab the cane he held with both hands directly into the man's neck. The cane sank into the headless man's body and emerged from his crotch. Jesus! He sent this fucking cane all the way through this man. Klein's back muscles bulged, forcefully throwing the headless monster to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood behind the monster and continued to grip the cane tightly, while he poured his spirituality into the sun brooch. Fire support and a magician is a good combo? Actually. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he stood behind the monster and continued to grip the cane while he poured his spirituality into the sun brooch. He had already used his spirit vision to determine that the Holy Light Summoning, Cleave of Purification, and Fire of Light were unable to deal with the blackish-green monster in a short amount of time, so he could only use another method. 5, 4, 3. As the headless man struggled with all his might, but like a snake, he fell to his knees. He was firmly nailed to the ground by the cane. 2, 1. Klein opened his mouth and spat out a word in ancient Hermes. Sun. Specks of radiance appeared and turned into water droplets that sprinkled over the headless man's body. The blackish green gas was emitted. Klein let go of his cane and took 2 steps to the side. Within the sparse rain, the headless man continued twitching before he finally calmed down, eventually melting into a pool of blood. No wonder no Beyonder characteristics. This means it's not the real enemy. At most, it can be considered a servant. Klein withdrew his cane and walked back to the group. So cool, Denton let out a cheer. Donna's eyes sparkled. He was still borrowing the power from a mystical item. However, his phasing away during the flame has indicated his true strength. He really isn't easy to deal with. Danitz retracted his gaze, feeling that his decision to not mindlessly run off had been very wise. 7 or 8 minutes later, the group arrived at Bansi Port's telegraph office. Cleves took the initiative to knock on the door. "Who is it?" A gentle voice came from the inside. "We're looking for the captain of the White Gate, Mr. Elland," Cleves answered. "He and his first mate went next door to the cathedral." The person speaking sounds very odd. Or is she like that on similar nights? So something is wrong with everyone here. Everyone who lives here is somewhat fucked. Something is happening. Klein flicked a coin and confirmed she wasn't lying. As they were preparing to leave, the female voice from the telegraph office hesitated and said, Can you guys help me? Help me take note of someone? He's my colleague. He went out before the wind started tonight and never came back. His name is Pavo Court. What is that name? Main tank, a term used in gaming for a character that takes all the aggro and damage. Oh, a tank. Oh, I see. Okay. My dad likes to only eat fresh bread. Okay. 5, 10. Hold on. Quick question. Can someone, okay, no, wait, hold on. Sorry, give me a second. I just need to quickly check something. Okay. Let's just do 5, 10, and I think we'll leave it there. Probably. I think that's a good point. I think that should be 10 chapters today. 9. Okay, we'll leave it at 9. Fuck it. We'll do 5, 10, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. And that should officially put me within like spitting distance of where Easy is currently. I don't know where he is, but I feel like I'm close. Pavo Court. Cleves didn't directly answer the woman behind the telegraph's office. He turned to glance at Gehrman. In the eyes of this former adventurer, it was a difficult task for 15 people to get back to the White Gate safely. They couldn't and shouldn't be distracted looking for someone else. However, he was well aware that the main pillar of support was Gehrman and Blazing Danitz. They were the only ones who had the right to decide on the matter. It has a cliffhanger, I think. Cliffhangers are great. That's great. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds and then spoke in a measured tone. "What does he look like?" he asked. He believed that having more information would help him escape this strange, foggy city, so he casually asked in passing. As for whether or not he would take note of the person's whereabouts, it depended on what happened next. While inquiring, Klein also warned himself not to pursue the matter too deeply, or it might risk triggering the danger dormant in Bansi Harbor. Between understanding the situation and avoiding the risk, he had to engage in a balancing act. No more, no less. without leaning too far or right, or too left or too right. This might be an easy or difficult feat because no one knew what would happen once he took the step. He could only judge based on his experience and intuition, and he could fall into a pit at any time. This left Klein highly stressed as his mind whirled at an unprecedented speed. I feel like Elden Ring is a perfect Dark Souls style game. I would say Bloodborne is the perfect Dark Souls type game. Elden Ring is definitely up there, but I think the Eldritch horrors, at least for me, didn't feel as horrifying in Elden Ring as I've come to expect from a Dark Souls type game. Bloodborne, my god, that game was I'm a grown ass man. I'm not scared, but I was on edge. I was like, oh, this is a scary world. In the dense darkness and thin fog, the telegraph's office remained tightly shut, and the woman inside paused and said, "He's a very handsome man. He has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth." Why does this answer sound so scary? Is something wrong with this woman? According to the customs of Banshee Harbor, she shouldn't have even responded. Blazing Danitz had the urge to kick open the door and rush into the office and check inside. Yeah, Roma and Juliet is good, Milos. I mean, it's a little obvious, but it's good. The Soulsborne series only have one bad game, Demon Souls. I even like Demon Souls. I don't know. Yeah, this is so scary. What the fuck is wrong with this woman? It was at this moment that he saw Gehrman put his hand on his hat and turn to the side. Storm Cathedral, Klein briefly stated. He didn't bother with whether there was anything wrong with the woman at the telegraph office. It was just like how he didn't delve into the secrets of the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant or the customers who had chosen to stay the night. The wind was getting lighter and the fog was thinning. The candlelight from the cathedral was shining through the narrow windows, high above, like a beacon in the storm. After Klein used Sun Halo again, Donna and the others regained some of their courage, like people who had fallen into the water and are desperately grabbing at the last straw. They hurriedly walked on the empty streets in silence. Soon they arrived at the cathedral, but the doors were shut tight. Glancing at the storm sacred emblem on the door, Klein raised his hand and knocked 3 times. A vigilant male voice immediately came from inside. "Who is it?" "Gehrman Sparrow," Klein replied. He could already tell it was the captain. "Why are you here?" Captain asked. "You helped me pay for the White Shark's compensation." After a moment of surprise and amusement, Ellen made initial confirmation that it was the real Gehrman, and at the very least, even a monster adept at disguising wouldn't have known something so privy to only the 2 of them. However, he still felt hesitant until Cleves, Erdy Branch, Donna, and the company sounded in succession. Only then did he relax, and allowed his mate Harris to open the door. A heavy clunking sound rang, and Klein saw Ellen with a sword in one hand and a musket in the other. The fact that Klein played Bloodborne is enough to make him top 5 characters for me? Absolutely, dude. My go. He's like, "Oh, there was a hunter named Gehrman in one of the games I played." My go, immediately. Something happened here too? Klein asked. Ellen stepped aside to let Donna and the others in. Then he pointed to the prayer hall and said, "The priest I knew, Jace, died there. He was decapitated, and Bishop Millet is nowhere to be found. Same for the other priests and the servants in the church." He probably also watched One Piece? Probably. A dead priest with a missing bishop? The whole cathedral is devoid of the living? That's a little problematic. Klein gripped Azek's copper whistle as his heart sank. Of course, he was very clear that the priest and the bishop weren't the main force of the Church of Storm that managed Beyonder matters in Banshee Harbor. Underneath this cathedral, there was definitely a Punisher team formed of 6 or 8 Beyonders, as well as an indefinite number of sealed artifacts. Even high-sequence Beyonders wouldn't be able to wipe out this force in a short span without causing a stir. You think a high-sequence Beyonder couldn't wipe out this church without making much of a making much mess? I doubt that, Klein. I think we're gonna stop at 510, Milosh. I think we'll stop at this one. Actually, now that I say that, I should adjust the title too, so it's easier for next time. That way it'll put me within 40 or 50 chapters of where Easy is right now, and then we should be passing him before the end of the week. That'll be good. Oh shit, I still have to message him for when he's available to have a chat. Fuck. Let me just do that right now. Hold on. I'm gonna forget if I wait later. Bro, my cat was sneezing at 3 a.m. Scared the fuck out of me. Easy. Okay, sorry. You should race to reach 600. He's at, what is he at right now? 550, 550, 560, somewhere around there? I mean, I'd have to double his pace. Well, that, As long as they're alive and are able to use sealed artifacts, the problem shouldn't be too terrible. So at this point in time, what are the Punishers doing? Based on his experience as a Nighthawk, Klein made a guess of the standard operating procedure. He followed Ellen to the prayer hall and examined the body of the deceased priest. Jace died a tragic death, as if his head had been decapitated while he was still alive. Unlike the monsters outside, his esophagus and head were separated. Okay, so he's 40 chapters ahead of me. The loser has to cosplay Sharon. If I can get him to agree to that, then I would take that bet, because I'm not losing that bet. There's no, and I would love to see him in that cosplay. If I could get him to agree to that bet, I would take that bet. I would just, if I have to, I'll do 25 chapters tomorrow. Fuck it. Like, I'll catch up to him in no time. I would win that bet every time. With Klein's spirit vision, this priest no longer had any remnant spirit. It'd be very difficult to have a successful spirit channeling ritual. Has he got a top hat and monocle? Oh, okay. Like, me making him take that bet is like Klein, you know, forcing people. 25 chapters tomorrow. Gonna shut the fuck up. Is it due to a unique killing technique, or has it been dealt with accordingly? It's different from the monsters outside. Was it because the operation happened in a rush? Combining all that he knew, Klein concluded his previous speculation. He felt that there were two possibilities. One, there was something of local origins, perhaps a living sealed artifact or a mid-sequence Beyonder who lost control underground. It escaped the cathedral and killed Jace while fleeing, causing the abnormal changes in Banshee Harbor. The bishop, priest, and Nighthawks are in desperate pursuit, attempting to form a seal again or get rid of the perpetrator. The servants have been led underground and are under the protection of the remaining Punishers. But this didn't explain the strange behaviors of the resident of Banshee Harbor. It's a win-win no matter who loses. It really isn't, Nightwalker. If I lose and I have to do that cosplay, I get kicked out of my house. This is not great. The second possibility was that there was a primitive ritual to the god of weather had been resurrected in a number of people in was that the primitive sacrificial ritual to the god of weather had been resurrected in a number of people in Banshee Harbor, and that the flying heads and headless monsters were in adherence with the descriptions of flesh and blood consumption in the sacrificial ritual and the burying of heads in the altar. Due to some unknown reason, this group of people had raided the cathedral and killed Reverend Jess. The rest of the population had more or less understood the situation, and they opted for silence. They may have already assaulted the area underground and are currently engaged in an intense battle with the Punishers, priests, and bishop, who are aided by the sealed artifacts. They might have transformed all the servants into monsters or thrown them out. It could also be the reason that they're under pursuit from the Church of Storm, and that the servants have been sent underground to receive protection from any accidents. If you refuse, then change the volume to end of 3, so ending a... If he refuses, then change the time to ending volume 3, so you end it this week. 160 chapters? 160 chapters a week. I'd have to read like 25 chapters a day. Is it doable? Yeah, because I average... Because like when before I left, I used to average like 18. So could I add another 7 in there? Yeah, it would suck because I'd have to start stream an hour early for each of those. But I could probably make it work, but I don't want to do that. 230 chapters. Yeah, exactly. 200. Oh, 230. No, oh shit, I thought it was like 160. Never mind. 230 divided by 7. Yeah, 33 chapters a day. No, even I can't do that. I'd have to double my pace. That'd be insane. When the main HQ of Lord of Storm finds out shit'll hit the fan. True. 2 weeks then? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks we can do. 2 weeks is like a reasonable amount of time that as long as I'm on good form and nothing comes up or anything, I can average 16 chapters a day. Give or take 2 days. Because 16 chapters, if I, let's say, take a week off every week, I take a day off every week, like every Sunday or whatever, plus or minus 2 days. But the fact that Jace's corpse hasn't been used means there's a possibility that it's the latter. If I head to underground to confirm the situation, I'd definitely be attacked since we're unfamiliar Beyonders. Besides, the remnant strength might not be enough. Klein looked at the priest on the ground and realized that his Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a blue sapphire by his neck. He retracted his gaze and didn't pick up the item. He didn't want to attract the violent retaliation of the short-tempered Church of Storm. So he turned to Ellard and Harris and said, "Let's return to the ship first." He casually tossed the coin and confirmed there was no battle currently going on underground. Those anger church... Yeah, exactly. If he takes that characteristic, they'd be so ticked. In any case, regardless of whether there were any Punishers present or not, the cathedral grounds were no longer suitable for long stays. After all, Klein wasn't sure if he guessed right, and could only make the safest choice. Alright, Elend had no desire to stay here, being in a situation where he waited nervously for any changes to befall him. As long as he returned to the White Gate, he would have many cannons and sailors that could withstand accidents to a certain degree. After a short rest, the group left the cathedral. With the addition of Elend and Harris, the team's defense clearly had become much tighter. Klein no longer needed to toss the copper whistle to attract the monsters, so he stuffed it back into his pocket. I would have still kept it, just in case. So we sent a telegram to the Church of Storm's headquarters to report on Banksy Harbor. After a few steps, Elend made a cautious suggestion. This way, even if there were major unforeseen events, as long as they held on, they would eventually be saved. Klein didn't object. Walking through the thin fog ahead of him, he calmly said, "We'll pass by the telegraph office." You feel okay doing that, bro? I don't know who's in there. That lady might be out of her fucking mind. Blazing Danitz breathed a sigh of relief as his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that the Church of Storm would perform investigation and discover that an infamous pirate had played an important role in this matter, and by then, he would probably still be trapped on the White Gate. Now that I think about it, it's giving me the vibes of what Leonard... Who's giving you that vibe? Romeo. Oh, I see. Yes. Leonard and Elman. Yeah, he's kind of dumb. I agree. Although I saved people, the Punishers aren't friendly to those who don't belong to them, especially when I'm a pirate. Stumped for a moment, Danitz decided to get over the immediate danger before considering other matters. After walking for a while, they saw the telegraph office in sight. A faint yellow light suddenly emerged from the side street and approached them from the depths of the fog. It was a middle-aged man carrying a lantern. A middle-aged man carrying a hurricane lamp. He wore a dark blue bishop robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. His head was bowed and his face was pale. He was wheezing as he staggered. Ellard focused and blurted out, "Bishop Miller?" The middle-aged man looked up and said, "Elend?" At this point, Klein took a step back, letting Elend stand out. He didn't wish for the bishop of the church to notice him. Danitz even shrunk his neck back, using Erdy's plump body to block himself. "Yes, Your Excellency. Jace is dead. What happened?" Elend was in an office, so he didn't directly step forward. Bishop Millet coughed and said, "An old custom has been revived, and a group of heathens with dirty blood running through their veins are beginning to offer live sacrifices and are consuming their flesh and blood." Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, okay. Which saved Klein's life more, Azix, Copper Whistle, or the Grey Fog? Oh, the Grey Fog, for sure. Grey Fog, for sure. Klein would have died like 87 times in the first volume if not for that. You know how with... okay, it'd be so funny if Gehrman somehow joined the Believer of Storm and then would be in all three big churches. True! He would have info about all three churches to a certain degree. Based. And Jace noticed that they were problematic and ended up being killed by them. These matters can no longer be covered up. They used the ritual to change the weather and tried to attack the cathedral. They were defeated by the Punishers and fled to the mountains. They escaped to a cave where the altar is. I was injured in combat. Without being able to hold out much longer, all I could do was slowly make my way back. Just as he finished, a bright ball of light burst out of the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning were raining down. With the help of this light, Klein and the others could see the fog-covered mountain range by the shore, as well as the peak which was connected to the thunderstorm. To a certain degree, this confirmed Bishop Millet's claim. Elend was about to step forward to support the bishop when he saw Gehrman take out a gold coin and mutter in a low voice, "He has ill intentions." Ding. The gold coin flew up and then tumbled in the air before landing in Klein's palm, head facing up. It meant a positive result. Bishop Millet stared at the scene. His light brown eyes suddenly changed with a dark red light. Oh, that is such a good place to end it. What the fuck? That is such a good place. Oh, Bishop, what the fuck are you up to, brother? Oh, that is such a good place to end it. Because I want to hear more, so this is great. Okay, I love that. Didn't I? Yeah, this is great. I love this Nightwalker. Except a Church of Wisdom we don't want or need Nerdy Klein. We absolutely want a need Nerdy Klein. What? Hard disagree. Okay. I think there's some art, so we'll check that out really quickly. This is very cute. When is next stream? Oh, watch the video. Watch the video. Yes, yes, yes. Video 2. Okay. This is adorably cute. Danitz? Oh my god, he looks so much more... When is next stream? Okay, do you guys want a night stream today, or would that be too much? It's up to you guys, because this stream is like 3.5 hours, I think. So we can do a night stream. If we do, it's going to be a shorter one. It won't be quite as long. Maybe like 5 or 6 chapters. I won't make it for the night stream, so no. Okay. Yeah, so we can just skip it then. We don't have to. I don't care. It's not like I will join. Okay, fuck you too, Nightwalker. God. He looks like a scumbag, but like a acceptable level of scumbag. You know what I mean? This is very good, by the way. Even the typewriter is so detailed. I won't make it. Yeah, so fuck it. So then we'll just forgo it then. There's no point. This is cool. My phone battery can be more than 15% for once, if no night stream. Okay, no night stream then. Fuck it. Even he has his own official Taiwan art? This is crazy. Is there any loser who doesn't have one? Is this all? Yeah, this is all fan art, Queen. This is like crazy shit. Look at this. Like, except for the last one, which is the Taiwan release. Even, like, oh, look at this. This is so good. The shadows, the... what I assume is a beer bottle. Like, this is so good. I love this. Even Edisec has one? That's crazy. I think I've seen that one, actually. Character model. This looks fine. See, this is what I imagine he would look like. It's very well done. Like, he looks like a scumbag, but like not an evil scumbag, just like a money hungry scumbag, you know, just like a little bit of a scumbag. Some more Gearman. I can't do more Gearman art. I've seen so much Gearman art. You can't do this to me. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. How much Gearman art is there? This is so well done, though. What the fuck? This is beautiful. My go. Gearman. Look at this. Even the pommel head of the cane is so well done. What the fuck? Gearman is a fan favorite, so of course all the art. Jesus. This is cool. This is cool. Very more on the simplistic side, but still very, very well done. That is okay. I really like this. That fits his persona really well. Just like, just black with black with black. This is really good. I'd have to get a black trench coat and top hat, but like I feel like a Gearman a cosplay would be dope as fuck. We can send them almost all the time. Oh, good lord. Black gloves. Yeah, this would be awesome. Although I don't know where people in fiction tend to get these skin tight gloves. Like, bro, I have leather gloves. They don't fit like that. That's crazy. That is so scary. This motherfucker is out of his mind. Like, look at this man. This man would kill you for crossing him on the street. This man is out of his fucking mind. This is some K-drama villain level shit. Like, you're seeing what I'm seeing, right? This is a K-drama villain who would just like straight up murk a man because like he got the last cinnamon bagel. It's crazy because we know. Yeah, exactly. Especially because we know. It's like, motherfucker, you ain't like this. You ain't this hard. What do you think this is, huh? Who are you scamming here? Creeping Hunger with its face out. Very cool. And even still, the funniest part for me is Klein has like 50 pounds to his name, and he's like, we're spending every pound we have. We have to get those gold rim glasses. It is fucking vital we have them. He's like, the wallet may suffer, but the drip cannot. Like, this guy's out of his fucking mind. This one's okay. I don't know. There's something. I get that it's blood and stuff, but there's something about this that I don't like. Klein would be the world's best actor. Leonardo DiCaprio would give him a good run for his money, you know? They're both out of their fucking minds. As well as Tom Cruise, actually. They're all out of their fucking minds and can act. This is great. You gotta have the rich drip even while being poor. This is also very good. Man, I love the way Creeping Hunger looks and how much effort people put into it. Like, Jesus Christ, this is so good. This might be one of my favorites so far. Remember when Klein first bought his cane, he tried to feel how it... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Having a shapeshifter in Hollywood would be insane. That person would get paid infinite amounts of money. Because then they could just do whatever role, right? Klein loves money, also spends money. True. Hey, you don't... Well, that's the thing. That's the case with most people. There's a couple of weird people who don't, but that's the case with any rational person. You like money because it can help you do stuff. It can help you do stuff you want. It can help you take care of people you care about. Money for the sake of money is like the most dumb shit in the universe. It doesn't intrinsically have value. Don't intrinsically attach value to it. Like money in the sense that, like, hey, I can use it to do really cool things. I can use it to take care of people I care about. I can use it to buy stuff that bring me joy. I can use it to travel, which would give me experiences. Don't just go for money for the sake of it, because it's a piece of paper, man. No, I don't want to get all like, oh, money's a societal construct, man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, don't value the thing for the thing. Value the thing for what it can bring you. This is also unbelievably well done. This is so good. This one's an interesting stylistic choice. I don't know. Not my cup of tea, but very cool. None the same. Hoarding money does nothing. Yep. If shapeshifting is a talented actor, theoretically they can make a movie. Yeah, exactly. They can make a movie by themselves. They can, you know, if the food description in this novel borderline is a food porn. Oh, this is also really good. Holy crap! I really like this one too. Man, I don't know. Just the detail in Creeping Hunger every time blows me away. Even just the small ridges that are seen on this are really good. Like, you can see links of the chain. Not really, but like you can see the ridges that would be there. That's very good. I feel like I've seen this one before, or one that's really similar anyway. Wouldn't you want tarot cards? Why would you put regular cards here? I'm so curious. What Azek saw, the Blood Emperor. Oh my god, that is terrifying. Yeah, I can see how he would pass out. Bum Jinu could never beat Gehrman in aura farming. Gehrman is going pretty hard though. As much as I like my boy Jinu, Gehrman is going hard as fuck. This is Blinded's old PFP. Oh, that is so hard. Like, dude, this looks so scary. Like, yeah, I can see why Azek would pass out. Like, fuck me. Gehrman Danitz. Yeah, like I can see why you would approach this man, like, you know, in a purple coat. You'd be like, oh, this guy's a schmuck, bro. I could just beat. Yes. Sorry, something just happened. Guy wearing a purple coat. You go, this guy's a fucking schmuck. I could just take all his money, and then he starts wailing on you, and you're like, I'm not. Okay. This is cool. This is also very cool. This is also neat. I like it. Very. I don't know. Gehrman looks like he'd be from a different anime. I don't know. I don't know what anime, but like, he reminds me of like a kind of like the villain in the 3rd episode of a shonen anime. You know what I'm talking about? He gives me that vibe. He looked like an auntie who heard the spiciest of gossip. Okay, you don't have to hit me with that shit. Oh, they already said Queen. There's a lot of art of that. I'm thinking how much detail I want to say to you, but I don't want to say what people have said to me. So yeah, I'm just gonna. There's a lot of art of them together. What a nice ship. This is. I love this. This is awesome. Ah. This is awesome. I love this. I'm gonna save this. That is so scary. That is so scary. Gearman is a gag ship only. I don't think it's serious. It's just funny. All the same. This is so hard. Oh my god. Oh, this is hard as a motherfucker. This is awesome. Yeah, we're just taking scenes out of fucking K-dramas at this point. This is also cool. Clyde is the chillest dude ever. Gearman, however, yeah, no wonder Dan is just... Yeah! Look at this! You see this and you're like... And especially because... I mean, Gearman doesn't... Oh, sorry, Danitz doesn't know, but like... I'm assuming Danitz is that Sequence 7 Pyromancer. But based on his description, it seems like he just went to Sequence 7. Because he was like, oh, I finally got it figured out. So it seems like he's still figuring out his Sequence 7 powers. So he's, like, he may have the abilities of a Sequence 7, but his skill level is still that of a Sequence 8. So he doesn't know that he's only a Sequence 6, which is strong, but, like, from a Sequence 7, it's not, like, immeasurably far. But, like, as far as the aura this man is giving off, along with creeping hunger, which makes him feel like his soul is going to be ripped out of his body at any point, he's like, please don't kill me. Is this the art? Is this the video you wanted me to check out? Oh, definitely relative to volume 1 and 2. Yeah, for sure. Plus Klein is loaded with sealed artifacts. That too, obviously. This is really cool. Creeping hunger does elevate the aura. Yeah, exactly. This is so cute. Klein as a kid. I love that. Oh, that's adorable too. Still got it wrong, Javina. One more try. Okay, this is gender bend art, right? Because that's a he. Is that what is happening? I'm so confused. Cannot commercial. This is cool. Oh, yeah, no, you spelled it right that time, sorry. There's so much Cat Klein fan art in Red Note. okay, let's check out this video. Alright, let me stop the music really quickly. Let's check out this video. Alright. What is Red Note? I will have someone else explain that. Oh fuck, I went way too far up. Actually, let me just do this. Make sure I can get it to pop up.
What is this smell I'm smelling from, Mr. Fools?
Okay, dope. Let us. All right. Everyone ready? Man, I feel like those other stories. Okay, let's go.
What is this smell I'm smelling from, Mr. Fool's side of the table? Did Mr. Fool what? No, ridiculous. I mean, I don't understand. Why would Mr. Fool fart? Like, no, a better question would be, can Mr. Fool fart?
yes. Alger, always very analytical. What a good man.
But I'm pretty sure women don't fart, so it couldn't have...
Yes, of course. I too have heard this. I don't think women fart. This is great. That's why they're such lovely creatures. It's great.
And I didn't fart since I ate anything today, so it couldn't have been me too.
Wait, hold on.
And I didn't fart since I haven't ate anything today.
Why is his reasoning for I didn't fart today? I didn't fart was that I didn't eat anything today. You can fart without eating, and his reaction and his reasoning for I didn't fart should be I know I didn't fart. What is the reasoning of I didn't fart because I didn't eat anything today? What? What is his reasoning?
So it couldn't have been me too. Moreover, using my enhanced
Yes, putting his beyonder powers to good use, of course.
direction and smell from the sailor pathway, I can be pretty sure it came from the left side, not from the front. But
Nagito, you're a child. You have no way to know this, okay?
now that I've established that it was most likely Mr. Fool's fault,
He's using like his enhanced sense of direction to figure out the compass, and he's like, okay, I feel a eastern wind, and it hasn't changed for some time. Like he's like, okay, it came from Mr. Fool.
the question, why would Mr. Fool fart?
What is the meaning of this? I don't understand this message.
Is his way of giving us a message? I am pretty sure Miss Justice noticed this too. Wait.
It seems Mr. Aldred has tummy issues.
Too. Wait. Fart. Foggy realm. Mr. Fool. An ancient deity. A revelation of sorts. Could it be? Wait, there's no way. The density of a human fart is estimated.
Why does Aldred know this? What do you mean the density? Do smell? What? There's no way farts have a consistent density. What?
To be around 1.3 grams per liter. Considering Mr. Fool is a godlike being, he is considered holy and pure. So his fart must have negligible impurities, being as close to pure air as possible.
What is why are his farts pure? If he's a pure and divine being, would he just not fart? Why are his farts more pure? What is this?
Hence giving it the density of around 1.1 grams per liter. Fog. Fog has an average density of around normal air too. And if you account for all the dust particles in the...
Fog has the same density as air? That can't be true. I feel like fog would have so much more water content, no? There's no way that... Is this true? Someone confirm or deny for me. Someone Google it.
realm, that bumps it up to 1.1 grams per liter. That means the Great Fog is actually just...
The Great Fog is just his farts.
farts. But wait, what message could Mr. Fool trying... Oh.
He's...
Since this is the first time I've sensed Mr. Fool fart, and it's already been over a month since the Tarot Club was established, it must mean that, being generous, Mr. Fool farts once a month.
Once a month? He has... he couldn't have just eaten beans yesterday? What is this logic? I don't think women can fart as expected of a believer of the Lord of Storm. True. Although, no, wait, hold on. No, a true believer of the Lord of Storm would say a woman wouldn't be allowed to fart in the presence of a holy being. I think that would be more accurate with a believer of the Lord of Storm.
To fill up this near endless realm of at least a city's area of around a cubic kilometer.
How, bro, you sit at a table. How do you know it's a kilometer squared? You're just making up numbers.
And considering that...
Wait, what did you say, Nightwalker? Aldred, it's general knowledge that it would be 1,000 pounds to explain. Oh, that would be 1,000 pounds to explain why I know. True.
A fart has the volume of around half a liter.
How does he know the volume of? This.
Indeed, an ancient deity who has reawakened after his slumber.
He did that calculation in his head. He did one fart a month, kilometers square. Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. If I'm gonna be really a dick here,
It's already been a month since the Tarot Club was
yeah.
established.
Okay, so hold
Once
on.
a month,
That's
we
fine.
need to fill up this near endless realm of
29 billion years, it's probably the density of farts x the amount of time it would be x the amount of space there he's looking to fill up with the farts. But that doesn't work because he says to fill up this realm of a kilometer squared. Motherfucker, this is not a XY, it's not a 2D plane, it's not a X by Z calculation you do. You'd have to do a X by Z by Y calculation. There's height in this scenario. Fog would dissipate, or farts in this case would dissipate. So his math is probably wrong by like an order of magnitude. So it's probably like 290 billion years. If I'm, although I don't know how tall the fucking space above the fog is. God, this guy, he didn't do his research. See, should have thought of that. Oof.
Mr. Fool is indeed an ancient deity who has reawakened after his slumber after at least.
You're expecting a dude who follows the Lord of Storm to know math. Good point. That is some. Okay. Yeah. So So that's how you did 1.05 x 10 to the 13. What?
Days or 29 billion years. Yes.
Yeah. Except you're wrong by like an order of magnitude at least.
This must have been the message he wanted to grant us. No. Not a message. A divine revelation. His reawakening phase has officially begun. Praise the fool. Anyways.
Wait. What was the end?
Anyways.
He's smoking crack. What is the end? You should calculate the fart instead of alger. Okay. If I was going to density doesn't really matter because density we can say is equivalent to air, so it's whatever. 1.01, that's fine. Collection of Mr. Fool's farts, whatever. So he farts once a month. The average volume of fart is around half a liter. A kilometer. Okay, so we're gonna have to say it's a kilometer cubed then. We don't have the volume of the gray fog, of course. But if I was gonna calculate that it's just a kilometer cubed instead of squared, X that, so 1 kilometer cubed is 10 to the power 12, that's fine. Divided by 12 to figure out years, divided by times 0.5. I don't think my calculator could even do this theoretically. There's no fucking shot. Can I nope, can I have it scientific? Okay, hold on. So, okay. Let's do this. Kilometer. No, I don't want to do cubed. I need the fucking number. God, this is so irritating. A cubic kilometer is 1 billion meters cubed, which is dude. I don't need meters. I need liters. Why are you like this? Wait, are they equivalent? No. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not. Okay, I will figure this out off stream. I'm not having you guys sit for this. It's fine. There's no point to this. Okay. We'll leave it there. Okay, fuck it. If I had to guess, he's probably wrong by an order of magnitude, but I will get you the number in Discord. Okay. On that note, thank you everyone for a fantastic stream. Given the response, we'll say this is the only stream for today. Thanks everyone for popping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Why is it so hard to calculate the farts? I don't know, man. I don't know, deities. Am I right? Thanks everyone for popping by. Have a great rest of your day or nights, and I hope to see you again later. If you're not in the Discord, consider joining. Link in the description. That's it. I'll catch y'all later. Bye, guys.